Hello, hello. Let me know if you can hear me. I hope you all enjoyed that snippet of music that uh, didn't make it on the album, but I wrote it. Yeah, there were a couple of rejected ideas for this album, and that was one of them. Uh, I may release that as like a separate thing sometime. Hello, hello, welcome to the stream. I haven't streamed in a long time. We're hoping that it all works correctly. Just waiting a bit more to get people to trickle in. Oh, by the way, we have special guest Tailspun on the stream today.
Whoa. Hello. How are you
Hello.
doing?
Hello. Tailspun will be quieter because they're routed to the desktop audio thing, and I have that turned down. So let me know if I need to balance Tailspun up in my Discord settings.
Am I loud enough, guys?
Yeah.
Do I sound good?
Tailspun, as you may know, was my partner in crime for Skywander. We still want to distribute Skywander. Just hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, it is a struggle.
Hello, Rio. Yes, it's going to be archived. Hopefully, YouTube says they'll archive it automatically, so hopefully that works. If it doesn't, I'm recording it spare. Hopefully that also works. The only way it won't be archived is if both plans go to shit. Yes, Tailspun also released a banger EP called Portal. It is amazing. Lots of cool stuff on that. Yeah, so like if you like what you hear, if you like what you've been hearing here, you can listen to that too. It's cool. Okay, we're gonna get started with the material we have, which is behind the scenes for Places from My Dreams, which is a 10-song adventure album I wrote. The tagline says that the album is about exploring worlds that weren't meant to be. And I sort of left it up for interpretation what the hell that is. But the basic idea is that it's the worlds aren't completely metaphorical. Like they're like game dev worlds that exist in like game dev land, specifically projects that I've worked on that either like didn't go anywhere or like were failures or whatever. Or maybe they did, or maybe we did release it, but it didn't account to very much. So that's just the general idea. And the sort of meaning of the album as far as like dreams goes is not like this kind of thing that you have like when you're sleeping. It's like dreams as in like your aspirations or your ambitions, like your these big lofty goals that you have that you probably won't, like they'll probably never happen. And these are in that sense places from those spaces. And when we say they weren't meant to be, it's because they won't actually happen. They'll be dreams forever. So that's sort of where all that's coming from. Going off that, the sort of overarching philosophy of the album is sort of to like highlight all these individual worlds as like being very different from each other, right? So I wanted to like everything on the album to sort of contrast well. Like everything has a place. It's sort of like everything fills in a gap that's not otherwise filled in by other stuff in like some broader soundscape or whatever. But then despite that, I wanted to have some stuff where like there's a sense of like growing intensity over the album where there's like it comes to some sort of climactic moment. but like between individual pieces, I wanted it to be like very different. And I wanted sort of the end of it to not sort of feel resolved, but like not sort of. Well, I wanted to feel resolved, but I didn't want it to feel like answered, right? Like I wanted the album to have like a conclusive end where it's like all settled and stuff, but not like we've answered the core question about like what exactly do you do with these dreams or what do they mean in the end or whatever. So yeah, that's where I was coming from with that. Enough rambling, I guess. We can start getting into it. Heck yeah. Unless Tailspin, do you have anything to add?
That's so real and true. I'm actually very much in love with the themes of this album, and I think it's all really well tied together. And you did a great job explaining it.
Thank you. I'm reading off notes. That's good. Okay.
They're prepared, guys.
I am somewhat prepared. Okay. It's FL Studio time. Watch this. What? Bam! FL Studio. Wow. So I have piano. But you can't hear it because I don't have piano selected. Do I have a piano on here? I don't think I do. Oh, I have that. Okay. Cool. So this is the first song. This is Inseams. The idea of this opener was sort of to make something that like establishes, like I wanted something sort of ambient that establishes a like emotional weight to the album, like something like there's moments on the album that are sort of like they have some high levity, like it's like ooh, this is all like jaunty and carefree and stuff. But I didn't want the intro to be like that. I wanted the intro to sort of carry the thought that's like presiding over all of it, rather than like the literal meaning of individual pieces. And so like a lot of this is sort of me trying to represent like the sort of distress in this idea of like having dreams, and it manifests in a few ways. So I guess we can get started. So I'm not gonna like play through the whole thing, but like I'll just like comment on stuff and play stuff here and then. And if you have questions, you can type in the chat. Like Tailspin's watching for them. They will let me know if I miss someone saying something. Cool. Okay, so this is a little small, but I'll sort of zoom into the start. The basic idea with the opening is we've got this like sound where I'm like walking towards my computer and like open the door and then like sit down and start typing stuff. So sort of like world building by like a single recording that I took, and then we start with this like very long computer noise sound, and this is sort of like I took this from recording so at the time I was running on on a college laptop, and it was like sort of dying like sonically, like whenever you had it open it would the fan would like whir and make like really distressing noises. And like over the time that you had it open doing something, like the disc would slowly die, and it would get slower and slower and slower. You had to like restart it at some point. And so I was just like, okay, I'm gonna take a recording of that. So I recorded my computer being sad. And so just imagine that like you're making music or like doing something creative at a computer, and your computer is making this distressing sound the whole time. That's sort of like what this sound is. It sort of permeates the album in that sort of way. What plugins do I use? We will get to that. There's a few of them. You can see like Spire and Serum and stuff here, but there's some more. You will see several. What edition of FL Studio is this? It's 21. So whatever the latest one is. And I have like the producer edition, which means I get to have these audio files here. But I don't get to have all the plugins or whatever, which is fine. I use the plugins that I have and I use I'm pretty content with. Okay, so the first few chords. Yay! So these chords are played on this like this pad thing from FL Studio Flex. Sounds like that. It's pretty cool. There's a lot of good sounds on here. This is just one of them. And the chords starting out with are these like nice like inverted things. I can show you here. Like this first chord is an A flat major, but it's on C. So like there's a C at the bottom here, and you've got an A flat chord on top. And then the rest of them are also inverted chords. So it gives it a sense of like it's not super grounded, but sort of floating about and stuff, right? Which is nice. And it's like supplemented with like some tiny sounds of like me humming notes. That like gets more intense obviously when I bring in more vocals later on. But this is like a good start. And there, like I literally like while I was recording this computer sound, I sighed right here. I just like sighed into the microphone. I don't know, you can't hear that because there's an automation that turns it on. But I think it's here. Yeah, and then over that there's these sounds. I think this is what note is this on? G sharp 3? That one? Yeah, there's that, and then there's this like that sound, which I play a few times.
I have a question from Ryan Nanowave.
Yeah.
Is that the sound that taps a few times? Is it the same one that's present throughout World's End?
I don't think so. I think it's a different one actually. We'll have to check which one that is, if you remember which one. The only sound in here that carries into World's End that I like intentionally carried into World's End is this computer noise. But yeah, so here we have sort of like a main verse bit. So it's like bringing out a few more of these chords like in this sort of angle. There's like a colorful flourish on this chord here. It's made of a few pieces. Like I wanted to sort of make this like really open and good. There's like a pad there that accentuates it. It's this synth brass that I love so very much. That. And there's like a bass note as well. I think it's here. One of these. And then there's a run on this like Celesta. Very cute sound. This is like straight from the Contact Factory library, so if you just like buy Contact, this comes with it. The Contact Factory library is not super high quality, but it's like, it works. It's good. How long does it take for you to make or combine one synth instrument, or is it from a library? It depends on the synth, honestly. Sometimes it's a bit tough to choose one. Other times, like, you just pick something and it works right away. It's good to like sort of, it gets faster once you've like surveyed your options and you know like what your go-tos are, so you can go to those things and then be like, okay, I can adjust this a little bit and then make it exactly what I want. But then, you know, other times you just have to play around with it. Cool. Okay, and then here in this section, I sort of bring the voices. And so this here is like the main sort of idea of the song, where like we have these like two chord pattern where it like plays one chord and then moves to a second chord. It's like main rhythm. Now it's a good time to talk about vocals because they're coming in. So these vocals are not processed very heavily. Like it's me singing very badly. As you can hear. But the very minimal processing we did with this, shout outs to Vedra, who I asked for advice on how to do this, is you can take it, there's a plugin on FL Studio called Newtone. You can launch that. I have a trial version of this, but you really don't need the full version if you're just processing it once and sending it. But you sort of put a sound in here, and then it shows you like what all the notes are and stuff, and you can change this like center bit to like move things onto the middle of the note, or change this variation to like really lock things in, sort of like auto-tune. That's like a lot more than like with all this wavering on it and stuff. I think this is one of the processed ones. Like everything's already pretty centered at the moment, but I didn't like do it too hard. Like I was sort of very loosey-goosey with these. I know like for real stuff you would spend like so much more time on it, but like I'm not actually singing any lyrics or anything here, so like I sort of thought like the looseness of it sort of worked, so it was fine. It's definitely not like, you know, a limitation of me as a producer. No, I would never be unable to make vocals sound good. Okay. Yeah, and there's a similar. Another thing is that there's a similar flourish here to the previous one because I want to sort of echo that bit. This is nice actually. I like, so the rhythm is kind of nice on this. It's got like this Celesta with like this this like sound over it, and obviously it has more layers. Like there's this that makes no sound. Nice. I have no idea what that does. Actually, it turns out. Yeah. But then it keeps going in as normal. So for this section, we're going like really big and stuff. It's like we're like fully in like F minor now, which is sort of like the key of the thing. So like we've got the progression sort of like that kind of. So it's like very centered in F minor now, and it's very in there. Yeah, this patch is it's called Humbug. I have it named here, and the idea of this is it's a pad that it has this envelope on it that controls the detune on this oscillator. So as you hold it down, it sort of widens. And everything else on here is like pretty standard stuff, like, you know, you have your vibrato and etc., your long decay time. What is the last chord of that progression? You use it all the time. You mean this G minor chord, the end here? You're talking about this one? That one. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. Like you've got this like it's in this key, right? So putting a G minor chord in there is sort of like reinterpreting it as like a sort of Dorian space. So instead of having this be like the minor root, you're shifting the minor root here, right? Which is exactly what the next section does. Like after I play that G minor chord, we go straight into C minor. So it's like moving in that direction. So yeah, that's very nice. Let's see. I mean, as for the vocals, it's pretty standard stuff. There's like on this chord here, there's some competing actions at the top where like I have this like voice line that's going up from one note to another note, and then a different voice line that's going down those same notes, which is weird. But it's all sort of layering together. Like, let me show. Like that's that layer. These are. Oh, that's not in tune at all. And some of these require these automation clips in order to work properly. But there's that, and then there's this layer. There's just a bunch of layers. It's not super tight or anything, but it's all there. And so there's like a ton of layers here, and you'll notice that there's like not as many layers in this part when it moves to C minor. And I'm doing that because I really want this section to focus on like these other sounds that are coming in. Like I've got this like, I forget which one it is exactly. It's this like really noisy pad. I think it might be this one. So yeah, this just has some, it's got some stuff on it, like it's an LFO in here. It's got this like really loud noise sample. How did you toggle those tracks individually? Oh, you can right click one of these things and it solos that. It's the same thing here in this channel. You can, oh, I guess that doesn't work, but you have to click the solo button for that. But in the playlist, you can solo things by right clicking it. What is my process for coming up with a good melody? Usually I play it. I think usually I do chords first and then a melody second, but usually to come up with a good melody, I've just like, I have some chords as a foundation, and then I just play some stuff over it. Like we have this like sound, so like I'll sort of like have these chords playing here, and then I'll like play something. Yeah, stuff like that. Is there an ocean sample that's also playing with that sorry serum patch? Yes, there is. I was going to talk about that next. So there's this big sound. And that's playing over all this like stuff to sort of add a bunch more noise to it. There's definitely some other sounds here. Like there's this, there are these like impact sounds here. Oh shoot, here and here, like going from one section to another one. This is just these big sounds that take up tons of space. Cool. Let's see. Does that mean you have a set of chords that repeatedly use? Not particular. I usually pick chords. I usually just like when I'm playing stuff, I pick chords that I like. I have like options in my head, but nothing like sort of written down or like formalized or anything. So a lot of it is going to be like me playing something, improvising, and then like analyzing what the chords are actually doing after the fact, which is a lot of what I'm doing now. For all these really interesting samples, how are you choosing them? It's a lot of stuff that I've like used before. Like I have my like go-to synths and stuff, and I'm picking them by sort of using my past experience to sort of be like, I know this sort of sound will fit here, so let's just go find one and put it in. And same thing with like sample packs and stuff that I have. What's the high reverse sound in the transition part? Let's see. You mean? Oh yeah, there's some more ocean drums and stuff here. There's a few of these, like there's this part here. You might be talking about that one. There's like a few of these. There's sitting around. There's another atmospheric sound. There's so many sounds here that I'm using. This one's like pitching down, I think. I'm not sure exactly. But yeah, there's a lot of sounds. There's a lot of sounds everywhere. One thing in this section that I particularly want to talk about too is like there's this vocal stab here that I added here, which is like sort of, it's like bit crush. So you have this voice here, and there's that sound that sort of comes in and sticks through, and that sort of makes that transition like have something interesting going on there. That you're talking about that, awesome. Yeah, that's a vocal stab with a lot of bit crush on it. I might be able to show the bit crush thing actually. Like if I go to, it's on track. My mixer is like very disorganized, but if you go here, there's like an effector on it. It's on the lo-fi setting. That's like a quick and easy way to bit crush something. That's a fake bio. It's fine. Welcome to the stream. For context, Mayo is a mutual friend. Okay. And then on our way out of this section, there's some more sounds. Like there's these like big wind chime sounds. This I think is the big one. There's that, and then which sound was the wind chime sound? I don't remember exactly. Is this one at the bottom? Yeah, there it is. So yeah, there's like these those sort of layers going out of this section. Yeah, and I really liked the sound after that of like this synth note just like rising very subtly upward, like just very quietly going to that G. That was like fun when I added it. Yeah. And then so coming down from all of that, I wanted to write like one more sort of expression of the whole loop that like sort of ties things together. So this is this section at the end here is a lot like this section, but sort of in reverse, where like the voice is in this part and then like the big synth solos are after it. You can see me doing like these like things here. You can see me doing a lot of adjustments to these samples to try to get them to be like to fit exactly with everything that's going on, because these synth pads and stuff are all like pretty loosey goosey, so you can sort of do whatever. Yeah. Also worth noting is compositionally, this part is back in F minor, and we managed to get back there. So like the way I got to C minor earlier, for going from here to there, is with this G chord here. But then I get back to F minor by reintroducing that D flat note by playing this D flat chord here. So it's like we're sort of in F minor, like, and we go to C by using G, and then we go back by using D flat like that. So it brings the note back like that. And so now we're back in the same key that we were in before, and it sort of continues using pretty simple chords toward the end that just sort of are very evocative on their own. So yeah, a few sounds here acting as this riser, like that one. Then that sound, and then just this part. So this is cool because we bring back this like very big noisy pad. So it comes back in this section and it's got like more automation on it. You can see some volume stuff here, I think. And then there's a lead on it as well. It's this 2-op FM designer lead. Sounds like that. And this comes with FL Flex, so if you've got that, you can do that. And I'm doing some pitch automation on it here, so it's like when you've got it playing. If I can probably solo it actually. So it does those like little pitch shifts, which are fun. Yeah, that's always a fun thing to play with. Pitch bends don't always work, as I've seen. Like sometimes you put them in and they sound kind of corny. So it's a lot of experimenting. You try a pitch bend here and then see if it works, and if it does, you keep it in. So yeah, then we die down and we like hold this chord for a bit, and then we bring the low in. There it is. Just sort of send it out. Heck yeah. Yep. And then I tape stop the computer noise at the end, so to sort of end it like that. And that sends out the whole thing. Cool. So yeah, I definitely wanted to show that intro, this like a lot of stuff going on here because there's like a lot of sound effects and layers and stuff. But yeah, pretty cool. Not so many actual patches used. A lot of this was a lot of samples. How do you usually tackle mixing? I usually mix along the way. I did for all of these, like go like take a pass back and like mix things and stuff at the end. But sort of the process is like you just take the master, you put a soft clipper on it. And if you ever start hearing clipping, you turn shit down. But like most of my mixing is just like volume balancing stuff. Can you lay down the timeline for us? When in the process was Inseams written? This was, I don't remember exactly when this was written. It definitely after a bunch of the worlds were made. Because like I didn't have the idea for this album until I had written a few of those. And I was like, oh, I can make an album out of this. But yeah, this would have been written like in the year the album came out, sometime, just to sort of like put a front on all of it, on all of the stuff that was going to happen. And it was notably it was after World's End, was the first version of that was written. How do you come across your style of improvising? Honestly, it's just like an 18 years long journey. Like I just started doing it as a child and then kept doing it forever. I play piano habitually. Like I've got a keyboard under my desk and I like basically just like start playing stuff. Like, just hit some keys and stuff and then do that for a very long time. And you'll get there. Stuff, yeah, I like stuff. Okay, I think for the next one, we're gonna go into a bunch of worlds now. So there's a bunch of these like location pieces, and I think it would be good actually. Maybe we can do some audience engagement moment. I'm gonna start a poll, and we're gonna pick the next song to go into. So let's see. The worlds are Bumble Fair, Alta Cove, Vengeant Heights, Snail Lounge. Am I not allowed to put another option on here? Oh, I'm only allowed 4 options. Okay, then we only get to pick between the first 4. Cool. That should hopefully work. There's a poll. I'll just end it in like a couple minutes. Heck yeah. I see people are voting Vengeant Heights en masse. This is good. The $500 mechanical loop keyboard. Yeah, actually, I think so. This is a... I didn't have this the whole time, but I'm rocking a Hammer 500 right now. Or Hammer 8? Or what is it called exactly? The Hammer 88. Yeah, okay. It's not 500. I don't know where I got that from. But I have a Hammer 88 from M Audio, and I like it because it has like really heavy keys. So like when you press it, you feel like you're pressing into something. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Go my Bumble Fair warriors. Oh my god. Okay, I'm ending the poll in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now. Okay, it is definitely Vengeant Heights, so heck yeah. Alright, let's move there. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Let's do it. Let's see, which project file is it? That one. Okay, so some context while it's loading. It won't take long. So this was made for this was originally made for a game prototype by a member of this game studio called Merge Conflict. They're my friends from college. They founded the studio after this was written. Like this wasn't part of that. But their name is their username is Trendy Walnut. They were cool. They went on to do good things with other college mates and stuff. And this is just like a little thing that I had written for them. Not the whole thing, just this part, the part that says original idea here. The rest of this was stuff I was like, okay, let's do more of this. Why not? So yeah, the main inspiration for this, most of the places on this album have like a specific video game inspiration, and I did like say what those were like on the like listening party like a year ago. But this one was inspired primarily by Katana Zero, specifically by stuff written by Ludowick. Ludowick is a musician outside of Katana Zero. Like they do lots of sort of like old synth stuff. But I particularly liked their Katana Zero stuff, and this was sort of my take on something like that. Although obviously it ended up very different because nothing I write sounds like anything like what I listen to. Yeah, Katana Zero is cool. You should give it a go. It's pretty nice. There's also music by Bill Kiley on it, which is also good. But the ones that I was listening to were mainly the ones by Ludowick. Okay. So I'll say one macro thing about the structure of this at the start. So this is very inspired by this like when I was starting music, I started like in 2014, and like I was like, okay, like how do you write a song exactly? So you like look up tutorials and stuff, and like one of the tutorials I saw is like, here's how a trance song is structured. So it's like very, it's really dumb, but it's like very like subtractive synthesis-y, where like basically you take, you write a full soundscape with like all of the different octaves and parts of it and stuff, and then you start off with like the first half of the song, you just play like drums and like bass and like an arpeggio on top, but you don't play any of like the substance or anything. And you do that for the entire first half of the track, and then in the second half of the track, you make the melody more complicated. You bring in the melody, like there's a melody now, and then you bring back all the other stuff. So it's like this like 2-act part where like one of it is like very straightforward, and then the second half is like you expand on it a little bit more. So this was a lot of like that. Like this part here was intended to be very straight, like very additive, like things ramp up the whole time. And then this part was intended to be like a complete departure, like it's going somewhere else and doing other things and stuff. Okay, and so like the focus on the when I was doing something that's like really straightforward, it's sort of like, okay, we need to lock in on like the sounds and like make sure that like the build makes sense, and like there's like a lot of character and texture to the overall soundscape. So that was like the main focus of writing this whole thing. Okay, with that we'll get started. So the intro is pretty simple. There's just like this opening pluck riff, which sounds like this. It's down here somewhere. And it's that repeated like basically for the entire section. You can see it's all up there. And there's some like rain sound, and this like kick that slowly comes in. Okay. And so then we get to the start of it. So the idea is we have this 4-on-the-floor kick that goes through the whole thing. Right. And I have this bit here, which is like manually drawn sidechain. So this is taking, if you don't know what sidechain is, this is taking all the sounds like throughout everything and making them decrease in volume for a brief period while the kick hits. So it's like you've got this like, you can hear it go down each time. And so I've sort of drawn that manually because some people like to do it in an automatic way where like you get the sample of the kick and you use that, specifically that, to like influence how far down things go. But like that's not very well controlled in my opinion. It forces you to like shape the kick really well and stuff, and it's like I don't know, just like manually do it. It sounds good. Yes, this pad. So I was gonna talk about that next. This pad is crazy. It's the sound called I have it called Woo Woo here, and the basic idea of it is that if you have in Spire, this is the synth I'm using for Spire. If you have a noise oscillator like this and you move its control beat all the way up, for some reason, it does this like overblowing effect. Like here's noise, and then if you bring it up, it like comes in and does that. I have no idea why it does that. It just does that. It's Spire. Yeah. And so this chord is just like I'm playing this through here, and I'm like letting it slowly decay the whole way through. So it's like we've got these sounds. It's like slowly going down. Yeah. And so that's like sort of the soundscape of this section. Obviously there's like rain in this thunder sound. Sort of making that, but that's sort of where that soundscape is coming from. And so on this pattern here, I have a lot of like little decoration bits. So I've got this patch on Flex called Dark Resonance. I'm doing stuff like that on it. A lot of this is obviously like played. I improvise it. Like I just like press notes. Exactly like I was doing there, and we get the sound like that. And then I have this other thing, which is a so this is FPC. It's just like a thing in FL Studio that lets you make drum racks out of sounds you put in. So I just like drag some sounds in here, and then sort of put them about. So there's like it's like a bunch of weird sounds in here that I'm just sort of playing throughout this thing. Like that one there, and then there's this bit. That bit there, and etc. So those decorations are just sort of all over this first bit. Yeah, Dark Resonance is pretty cool. There's a lot of good stuff in there. Okay, then we get to this part here. So we're bringing in this chord bit. So this is like the main two sort of rhythmic ideas going through this area. So it's like this pluck. It's got this chord sound on it. That chord is this JX8 polybrass on FL Flex again. And the idea with that chord is obviously it's like going up the whole time. And there's actually a little bit of extra nuance on here. Like down here, there is a automation that brings the reverb on this polybrass upward. So you have the chords sort of like more dry, and then they sort of comes out with some reverb afterward. That reverb is this ROM plugin. ROM is really, really good. If you don't have ROM, I mean, I don't know if it's still free. It was free when I got it. And it's really, really good. So it sort of makes that soundscape go there. Are those weird sounds types of drums? Are you talking about these ones? So what's going on here is I've got this sort of pad sound sort of playing on a loop here. But then to accentuate the very first one, I add this F sharp 808. So it's this big bassy sound, and then it goes here. It sounds like a little on the drum rack. You mean, oh, I see. You mean these ones here. Yeah, these are all just sound effects I have in my stuff. There's like some sounds. I just have some folders with some sounds in them. I don't have like any particular recommendations about where to get sounds from. Tailspin would be able to comment on that more actually. But I just have a few like packs from like literally ages ago that I've like never updated ever in the world. And so that's just where they come from, and I like cake them with reverb, obviously, so they've like sort of fit in. Yeah, Tailspun promoting the Kali sample sharing server. You have top role in that, don't you?
I do. I'm serving myself right now.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I haven't gotten to use your stuff with music yet, but I will. It will definitely happen.
It's okay. I make like a lot of dubstep snares, and you don't make dubstep.
Yeah. Okay. So we have things coming up. It's good. Okay, so then getting further in the build, we have more stuff happening. So we've got some like high percussion coming in. These drum kits in the Contact Factory library, they can be really good if you know how to use them. They obviously sound pretty low quality because they're like not, you know, they're not amazing or anything, but like they're pretty humble. You can sort of make them fit in. They're not really good for like relying upon for like really hardcore stuff. That's the idea. I'm also adding this pluck bit here into the mix. May I try to remix your music someday? Yeah, feel free. I'd love to hear it when you do. Okay. And we get to this part, and there's these like, you can hear it's like there's some crazy delay on these things. So you have these like crazy sounds going into this part. What is that bell sound? Is that the transition when the contact hats come in? Oh yes, I know what you're talking about. I think it is. Is it this one? Talking about that sound. This is it's a gong sample that I have in my folders. Yeah, it's big. It has a lot of noise on it. Oh, there's a second sound on there too. There's a second layer. It's that, which is also sort of gong-like. So. Yeah, I have some that I like reuse over and over. It's cool. I need more maybe, but I've been getting a lot of mileage out of them. So yeah, coming out of this section here, we have all those long sounds, and we have this sort of white noise bit here that's sort of accentuating this part. And what's really interesting about this part, my favorite part of this texture actually is this. I have this drum layer at the top here, this one, that I add in, which sounds like it like doesn't sound like much on its own, like it's just sort of there, but like in combination with everything else in this mix, it sounds really good. Like it accentuates this kick in like a way that I like really like. It's like really, like it makes the kick just like a little bit bigger sounding, like from this section compared to the other sections. So that like ends up meshing really well. And obviously going faster here with like this sort of pattern sort of gives this section like more velocity as it's going through. Hi Udin, thanks. I really enjoyed writing all this stuff. I had a lot of fun. Yeah, so this bass is a pluck bass sound. It's this preset in Serum, or Spire, sorry. They have similar names. But yeah, so bass sound. So yeah. And there's like a few more details in here that are good. Like this melody comes in that starts playing. That's like the main melody that carries the second half of this song, not this half. And I'm also doing some more like variation in the chords. So we've got these like pretty straightforward chords here. By the way, this chord is amazing. If you don't use this chord in your music, you should start doing it. It's this minor chord with like the 4 in it, like that. It's really good. I use it like all the time, and it's very nice. But anyway, the variation is like these little notes that I'm putting off here. Like that, and we have this. This song reminded me of SW. Yeah, absolutely. I consider a lot of what I wrote for Grimespeak sort of like a practice mode for like writing this song. Because a lot of that sort of came from a similar place. For sure. Yeah, so we have like this bit here where it's like offsetting it. So it just adds like a little bit more flavor, stuff like this. Like you have that just that little bit off there. Similar with these higher chords that I was playing here. Yeah, lots of like little chromaticisms. So yeah, and then we have let's see. Yeah, so we have like everything's going upward. We have like all these, like you can see so many automation clips that just like slowly climbing here, just like bringing things in. And in this section, we also have the first chord shift in the song. So the chord has been F sharp minor the entire time, but we're shifting it to A minor here, which is not like in key, but it's like it's good. That's like the relationship between them. So you can, like the A minor one is just like this note, this C sharp note, down, right? So they're very close to each other, and they sort of work in that way, where it's sort of stepping up, but like in an adventurous sort of way. Yeah. And then in the second half here, we do this first bit again, but with even more layers. So now we have this snare pattern. And it has the second bit here where it does this extra little fill bit. Just to sort of augment the space a little bit. There. So that fill comes in every now and then. Yeah. And then the second thing is that this melody is up an octave. So in here, it's like we've got it sort of. This is not the one. This is not what I was talking about. It's this one. So we have the melody. Wait, it is this one. So it's like here we have this, and then it's here, and then it's like it goes up an octave here. Compared to before. So we're sort of ramping it up that way, getting things more and more built up. And then the other layer, there's so many layers. The other layer that comes up is this like, we've got this like really high sound here. It like slowly rises in volume over the course of this whole bit. So that sound is this serum bit. With this like noise here, basically, to make that sort of Why are there ads on live streams? Yeah, I'm just unfortunate. I put on some ads because you can like tick it on, but I put it on like on the lowest option, so it hopefully bother you not as often as it otherwise could. Okay, and yeah, so on this breakdown here, we've got some sounds. Yeah, so this echo percussion comes in a beat early. So, like, here's where the thing starts. There's nothing there, but it sort of comes in there. So it acts as a fill and, like, as a layer afterward. Yeah, it has a lot of delay on it. I think the delay plugin might be Valhalla. We can check that. It's going into this. Wait. Yeah, here it is. Valhalla Supermassive. Great annihilator. So it's big, very big. Yeah, this pad here is more dark resonance, so we've got that back in. And then we've got this big, long white noise sweeps, like this big, long white noise sweep here, and then it coming down. So we sort of hit the top, and then we come all the way back down. And so for this section, I'm doing some like in anticipation for the next section, like going places. Finally, I have this. I think this is just it's Purple Lullaby, which is an amazing patch on Flex, and we are just like noodling. Yeah, that's all played. So it's like. Yeah. So it's just me doing that while we're bringing all of this down. It's quite long and like intensive and stuff. And let's see. Yep, and then going into the next section, we've got this like absolutely insane pad coming back again. This time with the sort of lower chord. It's a little bit quieter. And that sound sort of carries us into the next section. Okay, so this was the original idea for this section. We've got sort of like this progression, which is sort of like just an F sharp sort of thing. So, oh, that's not the. Like that. So it's instead of doing A minor, which is what the previous one was doing, we go actually to strictly A major, and then keep going up. And then after that, it goes up to all the way up to here, with like the 6 with like a 6 in it, right? Sharp 6. So it has a bit more character there. Other than that, there's not too much to see in this first bit. The kick drum is like briefly removed from this section just to give the melody stuff some more room. And the arpeggio pattern from before has all these like dynamic. It's like quiet here at first, but then it has like dynamics going into the second section, which we can talk about. You can see the velocity curves here. Like it starts quiet, it gets big here. What would you call your genre of music? I do not know. You have to answer that question for me. I could not tell you. But yeah. And yeah, and then we have this transition part afterward. So going to the next section, we've got this sort of, we've got these transitional bits, like this bit here. That goes up, and then separately this other bit here, which I think is on the Purple Lullaby, that goes down. So those are sort of competing with each other. It's a thing I recommend that. I think you can have competing stuff like that. It's good. I mean, like the world's simplest fill in the world. Like this is just like a kick and then like a tom in between it. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, next section. Yeah, Ryan is all over the snare. You're so correct. So this is the idea behind this snare was to have a sound where it's like you play the snare drum, right, and you like hit it, and then for the second one you hit it, but you leave the stick on it. So it's like, or you put your hand on it or something. So like it mutes the snare on the second time. And we're just like emulating that by like cutting the snare off. So it adds a little bit of texture to this part. Yeah. And there's a lot of drum layers here, which are good, like this bit. All these like drum kits and stuff. And one thing you'll also notice is that this kick drum doesn't have a 4-on-the-4 pattern anymore, but the sidechain is 4-on-the-4 anyway. And one of the reasons why you want to do manual sidechain instead of automatic one is so you can do this. You can have the sidechain pattern not match with the actual playing of the kick drum. This just like, it sounds better in my opinion. Because those are meant to be ghost kicks anyway. They're like in between the beats and stuff. So if you don't sidechain on them, it's like fine. But yeah. So, and there's also this, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, just lots of layers. Yeah, and there's this layer, which is like this like pluck that sort of builds up more harmonies over time. So it's like going upward as the this pluck bit goes upward as well. In this section, we have like this distorted lead here, this patch here, which adds a lot of texture on top of these chords that are coming back. Yeah, so there's a lot of flavor there. And then after that part, we're going to the drop. One thing I do is I take the percussion here and I make it all like really, really short. So there's this bit here. It's like really short percussion. All these snares are short. I'm using like a shorter sample for the kick. Right, so everything's coming really choppy and tiny. Going into the thing. So it gives it a little bit of extra flavor there. And then, and then there's this. So, what exactly is that? We've got this sound, we've got this thing that goes down in pitch. I don't know which one the pitch automation is. It's one of these. Maybe this tape stop. Yeah, so it's going down in pitch. And then here we have this big lead coming in again, playing the main melody. Right? And then we have big drop part. So this is the only part of the album that I'm calling a drop because this is like a strictly like EDM-ish genre. But this part is big. So there's a lot of drum layers here. There's like this one. We're just coming back, and it's this. We're just back from before. Why are these linked? Oh, that's because I have selected. Your kick drum, you've got this. Oh, that's not a thing, actually. You've got this, which is just a loop I have. You have... There should be more drum layers here. I remember there being more, but that's all I can see. Anyway, this is just like a big set of stuff. Yeah, making that beat work. And then we've got humongous bass here with pluck on top. And then we have these chords, these are all this like big pad that I was talking about. This is sort of like the star of the show harmonically because it makes no goddamn sense. I did like bother to notate what chords these were. It's not pretty. Like there's just it's just a lot of chromatic motion. Like it goes up and then it like goes down and does like stuff. Like there's this whole section here where it's just like going up. And this part was going down. Yeah. But yeah, there is some kind of chord you can analyze here because there is a big bass note that like plays a big note. So you have like a basis to put it on. You see this bass note is like it's like hovering around this area, like these four notes that are all like chromatically adjacent to each other. So it's a very, very tight, like closed chords and stuff. Yeah. And then another thing I'm doing here, drum layer wise, is this crash spam. I really like crash spam on my drums. I don't know why EDM genres don't do this, but like it just like adds stuff. Like you have this like high percussion that's like long and big. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. There's also like a bunch of glitching effects and stuff. They get more serious like in the second half of this bit, but there's like you can see some of it here. There's just a little bit of extra character that I'm putting on the chords. And here there's like I have this automation on like, this is some kind of, I don't even know actually what this is controlling, but it's something that like makes it choppy for like a rhythm. Yeah, kilohertz transgate, I can see it there. Yeah, so these are like free kilohertz plugins. Let me see if I can find it here. I don't know actually where it is. Oh yeah, here's all the stuff. I assume it's this. So it's got a transgate on it. And that just like comes up for a brief period to make it kind of like that. Yeah. Yeah. So effects like that. And the final thing of note is that at the very end, I like sort of I play this like it's like straight like an F. It's like straight like a B major chord, just to like define the harmony at the end a little bit, so we know where we're going. I think it's a B. No, it's a C sharp. Sorry. So it's this chord. And I bring in a dominant note on there as well, so it's like very clear that this is like a chord going outward. And I sustain it there so that we have that bit going there. And that's the outro. The outro really isn't that complicated. It's a lot of the same stuff, but just like going down. There is a little bit of extra stuff, like a flavor I did here where I have this sort of polyrhythm going on here. So you can't tell exactly when the song will end unless you're counting. So it's like there's like a polyrhythm between these two bits versus like the chord drums. So it just sort of goes and goes and goes and goes, and then eventually it ends. And then there's this automation which makes the rain stutter before it leaves, which is a cool effect. So yeah, that's the whole thing. Cool, so where are we at? We're like an hour in and I've covered 2 songs. This is perfect. This is amazing pace. Great, awesome. What are those transition SFX after the insane part? Yeah, I can show that. So there's lots of like big samples here. There's this one, which is just this like humongous hit sample, and then we've got the big 808 from before, and then a sweep going down. What's your approach with transitions? Usually I write the stuff first, like I write the sections first, and then for a transition, you sort of figure out like what sounds are here and what sounds are there, and then you like move some sounds over, write some fills from one bit, like you'll write a fill with instruments from one side going in, and then write some like stuff with other instruments going the other way, and then if that doesn't smooth it out sufficiently, you put some sounds in there. Usually that seems to do the trick, but it's a lot of practice. You definitely need to practice writing transitions. Once you get it down, though, it's basically like you can transition from any section to any other section if you're committed enough. So like when you're writing a song, you don't need to worry about it too much. Was that last chord? Sounds like an E flat or something. This one, yes, that chord is fun. I think I may have forgotten to write down what chord this is, so that's cool. But we've got still an F at the bottom, but it's got this E flat in it. So it's this this chord like that. You can see on the piano there. Okay, let's do another poll. Let's do the next one. Let's get the next few ones in here. So we'll do Snail Lounge, procedurally generated jumping ball land, which I'll abbreviate for sanity, Rubik Desert, and Blackwing Gales. And we'll see what's next. Oh god, this is gonna be a long stream. I'm excited. Hello. It's a fun night today. Rubik Desert's winning out the gate. This is good. Ooh, it's actually a close toss-up. Will this live stream be public after it's over? Yes. I'm definitely going to archive it if I can. Hopefully it works. Okay, I'm not going to keep up the poll too much longer, so we'll see where this goes. Looks like everyone wants to get the bangers out of the way first, so this makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, see you later, Mithrax. You'll get to see stuff later. Okay, I'm gonna finish the poll right now. Just like close it so we can get through stuff quickly-ish. It's gonna be Blackwing Gales. Hell yeah. Okay, so one problem with Blackwing Gales is that it might load kind of slow. So we'll see if this is the case. I like pre-buffered this contact library that's trying to load here before the stream started. It might have unloaded, so I might have to wait again, but that's okay. I can explain some lore about it while we wait for it. Okay, so the idea of Blackwing Gales is that it was made for a capstone project I made called Year of the Raven. I did this with like a team of a few people, several people. And the song as it exists right now is sort of like a collage of like 3-ish, 2.5-ish songs from the soundtrack for that. There's like the part that's like really big and bombastic at the start, and then there's the part that's like really chill and quiet in the middle. Those were like 2 different songs in the soundtrack. The idea was they're like in different places. But I decided to like expand this song and make it bigger and stuff because we had playtesters play Year of the Raven like midway through when like this music was like written and stuff, and we got some feedback that the music wasn't good. Like people said like it was like it sounded generic or it was like distracting or bothersome. Someone said that it was like too loose or whatever. Like too loose for video game music, like or something like that. So I decided to expand it out of spite for these people. So the focus of the album is very much on this like electroacoustic vibe, where like we're bringing in a lot of like sort of orchestral stuff and influences like that. But it's still very like electronic. Like it's definitely digital music, and it goes through like this big adventure, and like the mix is pretty saturated and stuff. And there's like a lot of stuff like that. Tailspun was like, I sent Tailspun all the songs and was like, tell me if the mixing's good, please. And this one in particular was like, I was like really concerned, like, as it's clipping, isn't it? It's definitely clipping.
It's just really saturated. Don't worry about it. It's a stylistic decision.
Yeah, as you can tell, I'm not like super production savvy, so like the mix on all of the songs is like all over the place. Like some of the mixed songs are just like mastered completely differently across the album. It's like no consistency. Like this one in particular is like very, very, very saturated and blasted, but like that's okay in my opinion. I don't know. Yeah, load and go burr. It's gonna take a bit. The reason this load is long is because it's got a drum library on it that is just very unoptimized. Like it's very bad. And I like didn't bother to render it out or anything. Oh, it's done. It loaded the drums. Yay. Okay, so now I can load everything else. Heck yeah. Okay, so this song is in the key of F minor. And it does a lot of floating, so it's like this doesn't stick to the key like very much at all. Okay, so here we are. Heck yeah. I'll try to get through this reasonably quickly, but these are the drums that load slow, by the way. Those ones. Okay. So let's get started. The start is like way over here, I'm pretty sure. Oh, never mind. Where are we? Okay. So I heard a lot of people talk about the first chord. They really like this first chord. It's the piano into this sound, which is a tape orchestra sound from Spitfire Labs. We will not be discussing Spitfire's reputation in this stream. Okay, so the piano is Walker 1955 Concert D. This is a piano that this is an Embertone piano that I was recommended by my Olephone, and it's really good. I no longer use this piano because I have Keyscape, but at the time, this was my best option. It's like pretty good. So that's like all over the place here. So this first chord is like it's got a lot of that like Lydian harmony in it. Actually, it doesn't have the G's at the top. That chord basically, and then we settle with like to sort of stay in the key basically. So yeah, and then over this is a nature recording. It's just forest with small river birds and nature field recording. So just to give it some space there. Some strings there. Those strings come back. They're like all over this section. I'll make this a little bigger so you can see. Okay, so then we start with the riff. The very beginning of this is like an alternating staccato and piano bit. So staccato and legato bit. So it's like we got. So it's like staccato for the first bit, and then it's legato for the second bit. And it sort of alternates like that for the section. And we have the main melody being played on this guitar, complemented by this celesta. Yeah. So just a basic texture at the beginning. And midway through we bring in some drums. That's just like added there. Those drums are mainly in this section here. This is a nice sign. That's a nice sign patch there, and then strings. So yeah. In the main section, we've got basically the idea is we've got like melodic motions that are just sort of like flowy and simple and stuff, but then like we have some like really intricate drum work on top of it. So the drum work is like all of these different things. So there's this this drum kit that I was talking about earlier, playing some stuff, and then there's this low drum. This daft daria, I don't even know how to say that. I'm sorry, I apologize. That has some texture to it, and then we have this higher one, that one. Yeah, and the idea is that, well, we just have these patterns, and they're playing some. It's sort of alternating, right? Similar to the main melody. So you got the low stuff, and you got the high stuff, and you have the low stuff, and then you have the high stuff. And obviously we have, obviously with such intricate drum work, we're no stranger to fills. So we've got that there, which is fun. That motion is very much emphasized by like this repetition on the kick here, and then lots of stuff there. So this section we have our main melody, which is has some automation on it for like the free-flowing flavor. This melody is this sound. I almost played the lick, that's okay. And we have this chord sound that's like nice and soft behind it. Lick avoided, yeah, it was very good. I'm good at not playing the lick, I swear. Yeah, the chords, I mean, they're pretty standard, so you've got like sort of alternating chords like this, right? So it's like all sort of in-key stuff. But at the end of the here, we do this. We do this big fat fill. So there's this sound going up, there's a sweep going up, and then there's that. So secretly here, I have switched drum kits. There is this drum kit, and then there's this drum kit. And these kicks come from the first drum kick, and these big snares come from the second one. Yeah. So then this part here is a completely different drum kit from the first one. Actually, no, there is some of the hi-hat stuff from the first one, but the big hits are from this big one. Yeah. Other stuff in this fill, there's like that, which I've muted, I think. And then we do some parallel octaves in the piano to sort of take us there. So there's like, you can see the motion here, like. These like parallel octaves there. So yeah, this drum kit is huge. It's this slamming preset in this drum kit that I have. So it's big. And this part is no stranger to having more drum layers. So yeah, there's lots of stuff in there. This is like I think this is like there's a few different things in here. Like there's this drum kit here, and then there's this like all percussion bit, which I think is playing some like castanets or something. But yeah, this like on its own sounds very MIDI, but it's okay because it's supplemented by big stuff. So yeah. Compositionally, we're switching to focus on the minor bit here. So beforehand, we were sort of playing lots of like, you know, stuff that's focused on this chord here. But here we're playing stuff that's focused on this minor chord here to sort of give it more serious energy. So like that, basically. And then supplementing that, we've got this like this bit here. Where is it? This bit? This sort of low riff here, which is like that, yeah. Is it castanets or clapping? I'm pretty sure it's castanets. Oh, it's both. It's both. Never mind, it's both. This is a clap, I think, and this is a castanet. So, oh yeah, we're both correct. Good. Let's see. Other stuff I had to discuss. There's a tubular bells layer. That's pretty cool. I have it rendered out here. It's a little sneaky. And then here in the second half, going to the second half, we have this like descending harp line, which is fun to play. Like that, basically. Pretty cool. And then obviously more fill. So that snare drum is fun because I think it does some unusual rhythms. If I can find it. There's like there's a 5-lit here. That's the one right there. There's a 5-lit and then a 3-lit here, which is very interesting. So yeah, in the second section we have this lead, which is really nice, but then I'm emphasizing this this sort of extra chord here with that little bit. So that chord is a B flat. It's like a G minor and a B flat diminished. So it's like here's this chord where sort of our home is, and then I play this chord, and then here's the G. Like that. Yeah, like that. It's pretty spicy. And there's some like extra notes on the top to sort of sell that this is like a very special moment. And obviously there's a big fill. With the usual crash spam, because I like crash spam. All right, and then to finish it up, we have this rising motion with D sharp, where I'm doing this chord here, and I'm putting this G in it as I go up, like that. And then the whole section ends a beat early. Like ordinarily for this section, there'd be an extra bit of stuff here before the section ends, in order to make this section the same length as this section. But I'm ending it a beat early because that's cool, and I like it when things do that. So sort of the momentum carries over well when you do that. Okay. So into the second verse, we're doing this thing again where the chords are back to focusing on this rather than on this. And the melody is sort of taken over by this low bit from before. With some nice emphasis on that like motion here, which is actually really nice. That. Marimbaphonic? Unfortunately, no. This is just a marimba on Contact. But I did used to use marimbaphonic a long time ago. There's pizzicato strings in here also, which is nice. Yeah. And then the second part, I'm taking the bass and emphasizing that. So doing a little emphasis there. So the bass line is here, and we have emphasizing that one instead. Yep. And then, just some piano noodling is cool. We like piano noodling. That's all here. And this is like this run because I like runs. Things are not synced up at all because this is obviously played live, and I just like kept it. So that's good. And so as this goes into the chorus, the chords get a bit more fancy because we're going into a key shift here. So it's going down like. And then there's an A augmented on G, which is what I've written here. And then it ends up in that chord there. Like that. So lots of fun chords in there, just doing cool things. There's like a major minor. This is a major minor's D flat in there. That one right there. And then suddenly we're in the key of A flat minor, and we're doing this sort of Dorian thing with it. Like that sort of. And so the drum design here is like a lot more sparse, right? You can hear it. Like there's only like the big hits, basically. And then obviously the fill, but it's a lot more sparse. Just sort of give this part like a lot of impact and stuff. And there's like those big tubular bells playing and etc. Wait, how did you just modulate? Yeah, it's fun. So the precise way this modulation works is I haven't like really dug into it, but you were using some interesting chords for sure. That is not the plot spot, it's like here. So it's using this this chord, then this chord. And then that chord there resolves into this chord in order to hit the end there. Yeah. This chord here this is a really cool chord. Like this chord in general, where you have like an augmented chord and then like this bass note underneath it here. That's like a really cool chord. It's not quite so like there's a chord in Japanese composition called like a Blackadder chord, which I think is this one with the augmented chord here instead of here. But like I use this one a lot, where the augmented chord is like up here instead of this one. And that has some very interesting dissonance and resolution qualities there. So it's very nice. So yeah, that's how we get into the key here. Coming down from that, we go into, instead of this minor, we go into this E flat major for this part, for like a bit of a call and response section. So we have some like very complex, some very complicated, this one's crazy. Very runny drums, but then like a lot of space right after. So it's more of this alternating stuff. And then coming out of E, in order to get back to the original key center, we're doing this chord progression where we're moving from, let's see, which one's my piano? Here it is. And then I go to F minor from here. And that gets us back to the original key center. How do you just play that out? I have the chords written here on my notes, so I just play the chords that I see that I wrote down. But yeah, that's all there. And so you have the sound coming down here, and then we're going into this section, which is going to be fun. All right, so this bit here is just like a nice, relaxing, like part that like has like a lot of like free time and space and stuff. So it's made of a bunch of different like sorts of sounds, like this tape orchestra sound and this like harp from before. This is an Ethereal Winds harp. I recommend it. It's free. It's good harp. And then we have this. What was the spaceship bird sound? That is in here somewhere. It's not that one. That one. That is just a sound I have. It's in custom 20. It's in one of my folders. Put some reverb on it. Gave it a pitch shift. There's a pitch all the way down. Oh yeah. So yeah, that sort of brings it all down, and then obviously there's like birds here from before, so we have that. Not too much else of interest here. It's just like lots of like really nice open chords everywhere, in sort of the key of like B flat. Lots of like open stuff over all those notes and stuff. But then we have this section, which is like, you can see here there is a pitch shift here as things go up. Because like for a very brief period of time right here, we're in a microtonal pitch. So this is like sort of half between stuff. Yeah, so like very briefly we're microtonal. I think this is, what is this exactly? Shoot, did I write it down? It's like B half flat or something. It's like something in between. And then like this section before. Yeah. We're not there for very long. Like I come out of it right here. Back to normal after that section. But just like for a very brief period of time, we're in microtonal land. And the exit is like really subtle, so it's like no one notices this. Yeah, it's just a little flavorful. The real reason why I did that is because I was a little lazy, and it made this chord here resolve, this whole section resolve to the right key at the end and stuff. But that's just like a silly trick you can use if you're trying to get somewhere. You could just, microtone it up. Okay. On to the next part. We're bringing back the alternating chords again, but we're in a different key this time. So this is now E flat as the key center. Like that. So it's just some casual piano stuff, some casual piano playing, and then we go into this like section that's like briefly huge, with these like gong sounds and this like big kick drum sound supplementing that. And with the chord shift at the end here, we are in, I think it's, I take us to A minor here. So it's like we've got, it's like an E flat before. And then we end up on this chord here, and then I just like go up to reach A minor for this section. This part has some funky chord stuff going on. Like it's like we've got some like A minor here. It goes to F minor after, and then D minor after. So it's like minor is sort of descending in a sort of minor chord, which is fun to do. Yeah, and then these chords here are too complicated to really talk about. So we have this sort of roll on the drums there. It's somewhere. It's here. No. There, and then we have these chords are going places. So it's like we've got this part that's going down, and then we have this bass note that's ascending for the staccato bit, and then this part which is like it has this like rolling motion in the bass here. Ending on an augmented chord in order to bring us back to A minor. And it has a slight slowdown to sort of emphasize that all that's happening. Yeah, the rhythm is cool. It's like this like swing pattern that's like sort of like it's very, very close to 16th note swing rather than like triplet swing. So it's like very quick. I definitely like experimented with some swing in these songs. Like some of the swing in the album is like looser than triplet, and this one's tighter. So just playing around with like what feels right and what's interesting. So yeah, then leaving this section, instead of going to the same place that we did before, we're leaving into the key that we started in. So it's we're leaving into basically this chord progression from earlier. And then we're in D sharp. Then we're in our home chord of here again, in D flat. And I have some automation here that makes the synth sound way more like an organ. So, which is nice. That synth is this, by the way. It's just that. It's got a simple wave on it. And so we have this ascending bit here. Just going chromatically up to give us some motion. And just a quick kick drum to get us going. And then there's these chords, which I experimented with for quite a while. You can see that this pattern is called Make These Chords Better. I like played around with this quite a lot. Analyzing these chords is kind of crazy. Like there's lots of weird stuff going on where it's like not clear exactly what the chord is. But the idea is that I'm like having this upward motion here, and I'm picking middle notes that sort of feel like there's things that are like shifting and moving in different places. But then finally, of course, ending on a chord that's like feels resolved here. Hammock type stuff, yeah. Very sort of impressionistic on that. And we take out some EQ on it to sort of get it out into the section. And then here we have big stuff. So the sound of this chord here was very like I did a lot. This is like it's this big chord. It has a lot of layers. Like I could try to isolate them. There's like a lot of them. There's that one, which is like a big layer. There's the crash bits and the chords. There is there's the upper bit, there's this like sub bass, and there's a separate like gritty bass on it. And that was just took a lot of experimentation to sort of get that all mixed together in a way that felt like big. But yeah, that definitely hits. So yeah, that's the main bit with getting that part to work correctly. And then in the upwards moving part, we have some fun drum patterns like that, and then the chorus here, it's like it sort of feels triumphant because I'm using like lots of like ascending major chords in that sort of interesting way. Like the key, it ends on E flat, I'm pretty sure, like here. That's the chord it ends on. But to get there, it rises up from like from this B chord in order to get there. So it feels very like it has that sort of feeling where it's like that. And so here for this section, we let the whole thing hit, and then we decrease the volume on everything by putting in some reverb. So it's like we have this big hit, and then the reverb comes in, so everything goes all the way down, and then it comes back in. And one last fill, and we go into the big climactic section. Hell yeah! So this part is fun. We have basically some like really fast drums. The idea is you have fast drums like this with the fast bass, obviously. And then on top of that, we have some whirlwind stuff. You'll hear in here actually there's an extra layer of this like kick FF layer that I have here. I just like jammed. This is literally like a kick drum. This isn't like a melodic instrument or anything, but it just it gives a little bit of extra oomph on the chords when on like the chord pattern. So you can hear it there. Yeah, this arpeggio here is this lead pattern. And we're just playing some like whirlwind stuff going up and down. Like that. Just giving this part a lot of velocity. Upward moving bass part, this is a nice touch. It like lifts it up briefly. And I'm selling that with this piano hit that goes up there. Heck yeah, heck yeah. In the second part of the climax, there's a ton of stuff going on chord-wise that I want to talk about. It's very weird. So the first part of the drop is pretty standard chord stuff. Like it's just alternating these chords and doing the normal stuff. But in the second part, I'm doing like a complete reharm, where I'm going on. I think it's this chord, alternating with this chord. I think. Is that right? No, B. Something like that. Let me check what it is actually. Oh god, this stream is gonna run so long, I can already tell. So the bass is doing this thing where it's hitting, the bass of this part is doing a thing where it's hitting this E flat note, and then it's moved down a tritone to this A. It's not normal at all. Like that. And it even changes in the second repetition of this because it goes up to F. while the piano chords at the top stay the same. So it's like for the first part, you have piano chords at the top doing one thing with this sort of tritone bit here. But then the second part, I moved it up. So it's the same chords at the top, but the bass note changes and it like recontextualizes it just like slightly, and it like gives it that flavor. But yeah, I'll show you the chords in the piano again. These whirlwind chords here, they are not very normal. Yeah, and then obviously there's that like big lead bit going on top. Yeah. And so that carries us through to the end, where I'm holding this chord for extra long. Basically, I've like taken this part and sort of half-timed it for this whole section, so we like have this chord like playing very dramatically going into the end of the section. Yeah, and then the piano, to resolve at the end, we're doing a lot of like, we're doing some interesting moves here where it's like going down to this, I think, is it that? Yeah. It's doing this, and it's doing this. So it's like we're going down, and then even further down than you expect it to go, and then resolving to the chord at the end. Yep. And then the final bit is one last sort of expression of the melody bit in sort of free time. So these are chords that like haven't been used in this melody yet in the entire song. And then there's that B7 chord in there at the end here, which I'm emphasizing with just this like little bit of saw pad here. Just emphasizing that this is a dominant chord, and then finishing it out. Okay. I was definitely going like a whirlwind pace there, but because I can clearly see that this stream is gonna run way longer than I thought it would. But yeah, hopefully that's a good taste of like all the stuff that's in there. Yeah, this song is it's a lot. Definitely went pretty overboard with it. Cool, awesome. Okay, I will put out the poll for the next song. I'll get as far as I can, I guess. We'll see. Let's see. Next world. We're going back to the first bit again. So we're choosing between Bumble Fair, Alta Cove, and Snail Lounge this time. Okay. I can see Alta Cove is doing the winning. People want to see Bumble Fair though. Well, better get on voting for it then. This is pretty split actually. This is really nice. Okay, it looks like all maybe 18 people who are watching right now have voted. I don't see anything more coming in, so looks like Alta Cove is next. Everyone's cast their votes. All right, let's head there. Let's head to Alta Cove. I think it would be this file. Bumble fans will have to wait. You'll get your turn. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Oh god. Welcome to Alta Cove. You can see most of this was composed in one pattern because that's the way I like to do stuff. Okay. So the lore of this is that it was made for Audio Secret Santa 2021, which is an event that I help host every single year. It's cool. We're gonna do it this year too. It's gonna be sick. The prompt that I got for this, someone wanted me to write some like hub world music for like an imaginary game of my sort of thought. So I decided to write like a suite with like multiple parts and like just like a long storyline going through it. So this is like roughly split into like 5 chapters that are like all distinct from each other, which is nice. Big inspiration with Ivy and Sirachi's work on Ekenfell with this. Had a lot of or like Ivy and Sirachi's work in general, I suppose. Honestly, because I listened to a bunch of their stuff to like reference for this. But it's cool. So yeah, I'll go through the chapters one by one, and we'll take a look. So right off the bat, this is the sort of the I called this the Desolation chapter. It's basically like you imagine you're going into the area that will become the Alta-Cove village place, and it's like there's nobody there, and it's all like covered in like void matter and some like it's like in ruins and whatever. And so this is sort of like what I'm starting off with like a sort of like jazzy like free time thing that's like kind of spooky-ish. That sort of has the melody but like completely reharmed and like sort of like that. So the chords here are like, honestly, I can't go through all of them because there's a lot of crazy stuff in here. But the root of the whole thing is this A minor major 7 chord here. It's sort of like revolving around that. All the stuff afterwards is like all the other stuff is like sort of like pivoting around that to like do more stuff. So there's like lots and lots of stuff here. So the main focus of this is obviously like all this freestyling, including that bit, which is like a descending bass line that like jumps back down to E and stuff, like for a little bit of interest. And there's like some like just a lot of like atmospheric sounds underneath it and like doodles and stuff. So like this all this stuff. Yeah, lots of sounds there. So there's that big chord there, and then we go down to this like E minor chord here, and then we like, I can see this is I have this notated as like this chord there. And then some more like random like all over the place stuff where it's like jumping around and doing whatever it wants to. Another run here, more downward moving chords here, and then yeah. So a lot of writing this was just sort of like finding sort of anchor chords and then like doing stuff on those, and then occasionally moving between chords with like these runs and stuff. And that comes through a lot of just like practice and like trying stuff. But you like find some anchors, you go places, and then you replace middle stuff with like substitutions that are like long runs and stuff. But yeah, so that section is meant to mirror a lot of the other stuff, and we do that by sort of using that process. Okay. Moving on from that, we have the second chapter here. Which is the sort of camp chapter, I'm calling it. It's like you've cleaned stuff up and you're sort of like, this is like your base like for now. It's not like pretty or anything, but it's your base. And like it's still raining, so you still got the rain all over it. But it's like now we're bringing in this like guitar that sounds way more homely, to sort of tell that like this is your place now. You're making it. You're developing it in like this part of the imaginary game or whatever. And the chord progression for here is pretty stable, like through this part and everything else, because it's meant to be the same progression, like in each of these parts. Like, so it's meant to be the same theme, but repeated in a different way for each of these sections, here and here and here. So this is like just one of the ways of doing it. This chord progression, I'll just talk about it briefly. Like it centers around this this A chord here, and then it moves down to this F chord here. Right. So it's sort of like an A minor, but the A chord that it's centered around it has the sharp bit on it here, because afterwards it does sort of adventure into A minor land with like this chord and then that chord, like that, and then it keeps going on a bit of a journey. That's sort of like the basis of the progression. That's not the section I was looking at. But yeah, this section is, a lot of this is just like, it's this casual like guitar thing, and then I'm bringing in some parts from the next section back into it in order to sort of make things a bit more flavorful. Was this inspired by Rimworld OST? I can't say I'm familiar, but it was inspired mainly by stuff by Ivy and Surashu that I listened to at the time. I had gotten off playing like Iconfell pretty recently, which was fun. Yeah, I can take a listen if you send it to me. It might be cool. And so the only other thing of note that I sort of want to pick at was this like very reverbed flute bit here. Going into the next section, I just like took a flute sound. This one, I think. That's like Glockenspiel, sorry. This flute sound, I just like caked it in a ton of reverb. It's recorded. There's a flute recording down here actually. This is where it comes from. Yeah, that is just like caked in a ton of reverb. Actually, I should talk about like all these renders down here. So like a lot of these instruments, I got them recorded by people. So like the guitar here, which like sounds, it's like I could have stuck with just like the low quality stuff that I have, but I wanted to make this one, I wanted to sell this one a little bit more. So we have this like really nice guitar, and you can tell that I'm not a guitar player because there's very much piano playing on the guitar, but that's okay. And next section we have more of that, but just like with this pit staccato here. Okay. Some more painting in the next section of this. So the idea of this section is that you've gone outside and you've put out your umbrella, and now you're walking around and you're sort of mingling about. Whereas, so it's like sort of like the previous section was like indoors, and this section's like outdoors. So it's the same progression. It's got this like, my favorite part about this texture honestly is this like plucky bit here. This is this patch here, and it just like adds that little bit of flavor to the whole thing. On top of all these like nice sort of more acoustic sounding instruments, including like Purple Melody and like this Purple Lullaby patch from before, and like the guitar and stuff. But yeah, just a little bit extra flavor there. Also worth noting is this sort of this cello run, and that syncs to this thunder sound. So you can hear sort of like this thunder in the distance. It's still stormy outside. So you hear that sort of like take over for the melody line. You sort of focus on that. Very cool. And then there's this cymbal sound that sounds like that sounds like a string instrument that goes down for this part. And that's compositionally that's emphasizing this F minor chord here, which comes from this F major chord going down. But yeah, so these parts here, that's cello, and then this part is not a cello, that's a cymbal. So I thought that was cool. Here there's a cool flute. This flute is awesome. Big thanks to Sleepless Game Nicken for rendering all this. This flute is really nice. I didn't know the word for it. Like I wanted a flute that has the lots of air coming through it. And like Sleepless just like had the flute that was like perfect. So it was really nice. And then here I like just like inserted a run that's like not possible on a flute. Cause like whatever, man. Might as well. It's we're writing digital music. Yeah, it's called Overblowing. It's good. I like that a lot. Yeah. Cool. Oh yeah, I also as a shout out for Rio. I don't know if Rio's here. I think they're probably out. There's Ivory dance drum roll right here. That's a one for the hardcore fans. Okay, moving on. I have a little transitional bit here that just like bridges the gap from this chapter to this chapter. The goal of it is to sort of like make it return back to like homely stuff. So here we're sort of the idea of this chapter is we're sort of indoors after the town has been like way more developed. So now like the place is actually like bigger and has more space in it, and it's like more of the town that you were sort of imagining in your head. And so this is you just sort of chilling inside. And I've made this like sound more homely than the previous part by taking out the rain and replacing it with this vinyl crackle, so it sounds like you're sort of cozy, like next to sort of like a fire or something. And we're switching out the E piano for like an actual piano, which is good. That's not the piano. This is the piano. Okay. Yeah. We have that pizzicato strings coming back. Yeah, and there's actually this plugin called Synpluck Cave that this later becomes like a motif of the next section. But it's just like this plug. It says cave, but honestly, this gives me like a really homely feeling. So like I put it in. Yeah, it's very woody. It sounds like the inside of like a nice place, a nice hearth. So I sort of put that in there to sort of give that a bit more comfort. That riff carries out into the next part of the chapter. This is whereas the previous section was inside, this is going outside and like seeing all the stuff that you've done, all the home that you've made. And the bass line is that now. W transition. Yeah, this transition is it's a bit of drum fill, like a very simple drum fill, like a lead thing, and like a bit of a cutout. So that always works. Yeah, so here we have a violin. The violin is obviously it's doubling a synth lead. Oh, that's so high. But just like having that extra layer with like the acoustic bit on top is like very nice. Yeah, it's a violin. Yeah, and obviously we have these drum layers that are going full force, like down here. This is writing this was fun because I tried my best to get the drums to sort of sound like they sync up with the melody stuff really well. So like there's a lot of stuff that's like mirrored, like this part here. I try to get like those crash cymbals to sort of mirror that, and those like rolls there and stuff. Just trying to get these like drums to be like sort of married with what the MIDI stuff is doing. So there's a lot of attention to detail there, especially with these gaps here. Which is nice. Basically, you have like you have this chord, and then you have this chord, which is sort of like diminished thing. No, it's augmented. Sorry, this is G sharp augmented. That chord, and then that goes into the resolve chord before. We can talk about that synth run. That's this. And then in this section we double with this synth lead. Which is sick, really cool. And doing a lot of stuff here with the chords here are like offbeats. Like here's the downbeat, but the chord actually hits here. Same with like this chord and that chord. That's a really nice move that I've done in a couple other things as well. Whenever you do that, you have to make sure that the drums really sync up to it so that it like really sells that effect a lot. So definitely did that. Music to march confidently outside on a sunny day too. Absolutely. Little big roll here and then some toms to sell it. And then there's this bit here, which is sort of the chords there are mirroring this part. Because it's the same chord. But here it sounds like, here I'm using this section a lot more transitionally. So we bring back like these shakers from before. I think I didn't mention these shakers earlier, but they were there. And we sort of bring the chords up. There is a synth brass in there, you can hear that. This synth brass was throughout the old section, I didn't mention it. It's in there. Synth brass is very nice. It's definitely way better than actual brass. So good. Yeah, now we have the piano section, which is fun. So this chapter coming out of the home is you're imagining it's like the sun is setting and it becomes twilight. And so you're going up to like sort of like the high cliff on the cove, and you're looking out at the stars, and you're seeing sort of the sky is now like clear and open, and everything looks amazing. So piano-wise, we've got this like rising bit. This is a trick you can do all over the place. Actually, I'll show you this. So you start on a major chord, and then you go up to here. But then instead of resolving here to this minor chord as you normally would, you just go to another major chord here. And then from the, but once you're at this major chord, you can go up again, and then you can go up again, then you can go up again, and you can go up again and again. And you can do that forever if you want. So that's what this is here. I'm just sort of doing that and then resolving on that chord here. That's a very fun trick to do all the time. And so this piano bit here, that's sort of like free form and like runs upward in crescendos, with like a glockenspiel being added and like this other pluck bit here. There's a lot of layers to it. But the idea of this is that we're alternating between this B minor chord and this E major chord. Like that. It actually ends on the C, never mind, I lied to you, but it ends on the C chord. And then there's a very subtle, not subtle, it's like there's a very slow rise in pitch on the lead to place us on this D chord instead. So it's just like chromatically going up to this D chord from the C chord. And that D chord resolves naturally to the A major chord that we were in before for the next section. So that's sort of the reason I did that. Yeah, so then to go into the next section, I'm bringing in the instruments from it. for a little bit of an intro. And then this section is sort of the remix chapter. So the idea is that one of the buildings in your, the idea is that like, it's like a little bonus song where like one of the buildings in your village is an arcade, and like you play a little game that's like a little mini version of the game you're playing, and this plays when you're in that. So here we have like lots of like nice like chiptune-y tricks. Like you've got this like chord that like expands into a broken bit, and you've got like lots of like chippy stuff here, and you even have your like white noise drums. So you have like thing here, and you have a big long crash cymbal, all made out of white noise. Look at my 3x oscillator. I'm professional. But yeah, otherwise this is basically the same chord progression. There's a little bit of interesting stuff in here with like that bit with like the little offset chords there. And then the ending is repeating this bit where we sort of have a chord and then we go to the major chord underneath it. So we have this like, I'm gonna play that here in a second. We have this A minor chord and then this D chord. And it's sort of alternating like that all the way through the end. And I just do a fade out because it's cool. with this funny run, of course. That's a funny run. It's the notes are not, they're not in anything. Yeah, and so that's how it ends. It just like riffs on these. It just like does a 2-chord vamp on this stuff, and then it ends out. So yeah, overall, it's like just like it was a nice experience, just like taking the same idea, this simple idea, and like rephrasing it in like 4 or 5 different ways. And sort of like carving out a story of like developing a town like on top of that. So yeah, that was loads of fun. I basically wrote this for Audio Secret Santa, and then like it stayed like this forever. Like it didn't. The final version of it was like basically exactly what I wrote for Audio Secret Santa. It like lived up. It like aged extremely well, which is good. Yeah, interesting to see you decide to end this song on a fade. Yeah, I thought it would be interesting. Like, I could have ended it in different ways, where like I could have like written in an actual ending or whatever. But like since this is like a bonus song tacked onto like the actual song, in a sense, I thought like fading it out would be like just like a like there's nowhere else we really need to go. It could just like fade out. So that was my sort of rationale behind that. Otherwise, you know, like you wouldn't really do a fade in an ordinary song. You would actually like figure out where that song decides to end. But like this song ended a while ago. It ended over here. This section is just a bonus. Okay, cool. Let's do another poll for the next one. Moving along here. That one took not nearly as much time as Blackwing Gale, so that's good. Let's look at either Jumping Ball Land or so it's Snail Lounge, Ball Land, or Rubik. I imagine I know which one's going to win, so I'm just going to put it down the poll, and we'll see. Yeah, Rubik Desert out in the lead, obviously. I knew this would happen. Democracy is cool. Are people switching over? More polls are going into Rubik Desert. Never mind, Rubik Desert is in here. All right, we're going to the desert. See y'all there. Let's see. So this one is interesting because I actually have 2 different project files for this, but I'm not going to show one of them. in the interest of time, I suppose. I will just show the main one. So this is this one. I'm loading the project file where I've specifically rendered out the drums. Hopefully this won't take forever to load. If it decides to load the drums anyway, that would be very sad. Okay, it didn't. We're good. Okay. So the idea of Rubik Desert is there was a game prototype for someone. I don't even remember who they were anymore because I never actually finished this. It wasn't delivered. But the idea was to make a Wild West song. So I wrote this section here, this part, right here, this section for that. And then afterward, like literally like a year later, I came back to this and I was like, oh, you know what? That idea would work really well here. And then I ended up writing this, which is like this whole section and like this whole like heavy metal part, which is like crazy. Not heavy metal, just like normal rock or whatever. I don't know exactly. I don't know what genres. So yeah, the inspirations for this was like this microtonal part at the front. It's microtonal, I promise. Was inspired by like a lot of Disaster Piece stuff that I had listened to, and the back half was like me listening to like Nuclear Throne music by Jukio Kallio. So that was very much like where that was coming from. Middle Eastern desert theme. Yeah, I mean, it's not clear what desert it is exactly. It's just I was going for like I was specifically going for like that style. There's like a specific style I have in my head. I don't know what exactly it's called, but it's like Wild Westy. Okay, so we start off with this intro, which has chords that are like very question mark, because basically the idea is that this was written in a different project file. It's this bit where this was like big crescendo, like basically on one instrument that like goes for like a very long time and then dies out. And the instrument this was written on is interesting because what I did for it is I took the note value, like if I have any serum here I can show. Yeah, like I took this note chord here, this bit, and I hooked it up to the coarse pitch tune here. I hooked it up to this coarse pitch here. So basically, as you move up the keyboard, it gets more and more tuned up, like up the scale. So basically, I was playing around with something where like this was like an octave or something like that, like this or something, because of the like extra tuning that happened as you went up. So it's all microtonal there, and then on top of that, I put some like non-microtonal flavor on top of it. Oh, that snare drum is very loud, Jesus. With this guitar here, so you can see like the bass note is pretty close to this D on that section, but there's lots of like this like dissonance here, and then like that note there. So yeah, there is a lot of stuff. That's a lot of just like I just like cranked that out in a different project file, and decided that it would fit here. Yeah, so going into the first part of like real music, I guess if you can call it that, we have this like choir bit holding a deaugmented or something. I'm not sure what it's holding exactly. It's holding something. But it's like we have that increasing in volume here. But the idea is that it resolves onto a deaugmented chord. So it resolves onto this chord here. And then we sort of adventuring around in the key of D, sort of. That. So we have this big long pad sound, and then we have the first original thing that I wrote for this. Okay, so let's talk time signature, because someone mentioned that. The time signature of this section here is 1116. It's divided into 3/4/4, so it's like I can demonstrate like. So the riff is like 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 like that. And then on top of that riff, we've put like a snare. I have like a little snare drum riff and timpani to sort of sell the theme. For timpani is interesting because it's like extremely hard to mix timpani. Like it doesn't like to work. But so you sort of, when you have timpani, you sort of want to make sure that you have like the sort of mid-range stuff emphasized a lot, and you want to like supplement it with like a real bass, like that, so that it has a cleaner foundation. Was it you who did all the guitar? Yeah, all of this guitar is pretty fake. Like it's this steel Mark I bit here, mainly, but then there's also like some other drums, some other guitars, like the power guitars later. This is acoustic guitar here, I think. Yeah, this. So these are all pretty low quality drums, but that's okay. Guitars, but that's okay. How long have you been playing piano for? 18 years. It's been a long time. Do you play any other instruments? I don't. I only play piano. I have been meaning to like potentially learn drums, like drum set, but I don't have like any sort of apartment space for a drum set right now. So like it's in my future, but like not now. Anyway, moving on from there, we have I'm sort of introducing like the main motif of this on this synth called Saturday. This synth is like crazy. I've like I have this from like back when we did him in A flat major, actually, with the Tailspun. But I like changed it a little bit to like have this like really long portmanteau bit on it, so like slides up a lot. But this synth is like really good for some of like the really long notes that are in this. So like just some like really long notes in this melody as we're emphasizing this part. Yeah. The only other big thing to talk about here, like, so obviously we brought in some more layers, like the snare drum layer and this like choir layer here. But then going into the end, we have this big distorted pad here playing what I believe is a flat minor 6. So it's this, something like that. It's this like it's got a lot of distortion on it. And there's a second one that's like lower. That comes in afterward. There. And the interesting thing about this chord is that it's actually like a whole step above what you expect the chord to be. So like the chord right before it on here with this this chord is a B flat half diminished 7. So it's like that. And you sort of expect this chord to resolve here, right? Because it's like you have this before and you have this, like all the notes stay the same. But instead, I'm resolving it there, right? But with the 6 in it, like that. And the reason I'm doing that is because it actually makes the resolution of the next part easier to get like back to the same key. Once again, you can always do tricks like that to sort of get back to the same key. But yeah, there's always like ways to justify stuff like that, and like I just like found a spot where moving the chords up totally worked. So instead of this to this, it's now this to that. So yeah, we have a long ascension here, and then we have this like downward moving thing here. I think is this. it's this. It's, you can see it says coarse chord, so it's the same as this. All this microtonal stuff. Same instrument recorded in a separate file. But that's the bit that sort of runs into the next section. Cool, cool, cool. And then so for the next part, we have some drums. I rendered them out here. Just like quick drums, high percussion to sort of give this some velocity. But otherwise, this is like lots and lots of long notes. So you can hear like the there's this like very closed bit in the choir where like the two notes are like right next to each other, and then the melody at the top is like this really like mournful like wailing thing. It's the synth from earlier. It's very good. The chords here on the guitar are very, very cool. It's like very, very weird. Like we have lots of like diminished stuff sort of moving down. So it's like there's this half diminished chord, and then there's this like G minor with a sharp 6 in it, and then this F half diminished 7, and then this E minor with a sharp 6 in it, like that. I'm playing it wrong, but it's like downward motion on sort of chords that aren't resolved, basically the whole way through. We get to this D minor chord, that then immediately goes up to this, we get this D minor chord that immediately goes up a half step to this like E flat minor chord that like feels really shaky and like it's, who knows what it's doing. And it's a diminished chord here, and then finally we have something that feels like it's really going somewhere with this this is an A7. And so that goes into like the part where this actual like the chord progression has some like groundedness to it. So just like lots of like really flavorful chords with lots of like tension and stuff like basically everywhere going into this section where we re-express the melody again. Yeah. And this has a lot of string layers, and there's a melodeon as well. Yeah. So that's a lot of like very rich sort of motion there. Yeah, there's like two melodeons here. I think they're panned too. Like one of them is hard left and one of them is hard right. Yeah, yeah. So like this one's on the left and this one's on the right. Yeah, it's very cool. I had Slowbro actually render these for me. If you know Slowbro, they are sick. Okay, and so then here we have going in, leading from this section going into the end, we have this bit where it's like rising. And what we're doing automation-wise, I'm taking the, there should be an automation clip here, something, I think it's this one in here, where I'm taking the bass part and sort of lifting it a little bit. Like I'm taking the bass part and bringing it back, bringing it down to sort of make the whole thing sound like it's like floating up into space, kind of. I was trying to get the guitar notes to play IRL. Is it possible to see what notes are being played? Yeah, I can show. You'll have to like go into yourself, but it's all this, and whether this is playable in real life is not something I'm aware of. Like this is very much piano playing. But the basic idea is it's just like these like arpeggios on chords that are kind of weird. So yeah. Then we're going into this part. So this is the big. I just like after writing this part, I had a brain blast, and I was like, what if we just like did fucking rock? Let's just do it. So I pulled out some like big chords here. There's like this part isn't like super like tight or anything. Like I've just got the melodeon playing some notes here. We've got a bass line, we've got like the lead bit here, and just like the guitar is playing some jank. This part is basically when a boss appears. Yeah, absolutely. That's much the inspiration. Yeah, so lots of like power chords here. Some of these are like very low quality. Like we have these like listen to that. That's like, it's so bad, but like you make it work anyway. That's some real stuff right there. Okay, what else did I want to talk about here? We're in G minor now, so that's like pretty legit. Yeah, everything in here is like there's like inner chord voicings that are just like sort of going up. You can see it on here. It's just like voicings on the inside going upward. And then we go into some actual stuff. So the chords here are very much like it's in G. It's like not the first chord here is in like an E flat minor like this. But then there's some like diminished stuff, and then it goes into like a G on C. A C, like a C on G, like something. Wait, I thought what I have written here isn't right. But something like that. So there's a G at the bottom, and it's like a C minor chord on top of it or something like that. I think. Something like that, yeah. So it's like it's this chord progression that has like a bit of flavor to it. And there's some chords that are sort of like weird in there. Like later there's an A flat diminished, like that, right in here, I think. That's like an A flat diminished. Just sort of sitting in the progression. It's emphasized with like lots of like scratching sounds. Yeah, this scratching sound here. It's like, what is it? Is it this? I think. Just me playing some notes on this sound. This patch is just one of the guitars in Flex. It's pretty cool. You can see like it's actually like very quiet. So I took like this Maximus, like it's like sound Gooderizer or something, and like brought it all the way up to like just specifically for that part, so you can hear it. Yeah. So another lead here. This is like this low bit. Actually, I think it's this. Yeah. It's that one, which is that synth there. Yeah. Oh, I completely forgot to talk about the key signature. The key signature of this section. So like this section here, back here is 6/8, right? It's a 6/8 pattern. It's not anything crazy, including this part here that builds up to it. But when we get to this section, we're back in 11/16 again. So it's this 3/4/4 bit again. So you can hear it. You can count it here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. Yeah. But actually it doesn't stay in 16/13 for very long. So right here at the end bit, this is still technically here, this part, going into this final section. This is still technically in 11/16, but it's split as a 10/16 bar and then a 12/16 bar. It's like right here. So there's like this part is like a 10/16 bar, and this part is a 12/16 bar, which still adds up to 2 bars of 11/16, but it's like split differently, where like this first part is 10 and this second part is 12. And that's because I just wanted to give this section like some more weight, where it's like consistent, like it's the same amount of space between each of these 4 hits. And there's like a lot of layers on that. There's like distorted synths and like lots of drums and stuff. It's like hard to see here because they're all in one pattern. But there's like layers all over the place here. Yeah, and then this section after it is now we're like fully in 10/16. So you can hear that like 3/3/2/2. That's like classic 10/16 pattern. Other compositional stuff in this section, we have this like honky tonky piano, sort of. I want to call it that. That is playing this like descending bit here, where we have these like, I think these are minor chords, but they're like going downward. And it just does that for like repeatedly through this one with like some gaps in between for like fills and sounds. So there's more of those sounds like from before that we were talking about, but then there's like other interstitials like this one. Yeah. Yeah. All this is like vamping the same chord, but it's like the voicings on the inside are changing. So it's like here we're descending, going down, but then here we have this contrasting motion where we're still descending on the piano, but we're going up on this like pad that you see here. That pad is like this big, I think it's this one. This big pad here. And you can hear that that pad is actually pitching up. It's like right here, there's a little pitch wheel bit. So it sells the bit where it's like going up while everything else is going down. Contrasting motion is very fun. You should put that in your stuff. Okay. Leading out of that section, we have a F diminished 7 chord here. So like you can see, it's all in this pad. There's like a big diminished it's like a big diminished chord there. And we have this like bass kick going down, and this like piano bit on top with these sounds. So we have a big descending, and then we have it going back up into this part. So these are both dominant chords. We've got E dominant 7, and then A dominant 7, going into, of course, the D minor chord that we've been basing around the whole time. That lead sound is this. It's very very sharp. Yeah, so here we have like I have this extra bit here, and then I let it sort of sustain for this last bit, so it sounds like it's going into. And then the final section here, we just have a lot of like very stacked lead stuff. So we have like this hard lead stack on like this guy and like this guy and this guy. And we have these like huge chords, like big choir, and then we have like this guy. Along with, you know, the usual power chords going on, and we have snare drum rolls and other stuff going on. There's a bonus tubular bells section here that's like really subtle. Just adding a little bit of extra flavor to that part. Yep. And like here, I wanted to. I brought in this melodian because I wanted to emphasize this chord here. It's like this bit is like we have D, and then we have this, right? But then the chord that's interesting is this B flat, which we've like never used. This like B flat chord we haven't used in the thing ever, and then it goes up to here. So it sounds like it's like it suddenly sounds like it's like really dramatic, right? Because it's like we're bringing in that extra bit there, and I want to make that. I wanted to emphasize that emotion because that's like a different harmony that hasn't been in the rest of the song. And so coming out of that part where we're doing this downward bit here, that's sort of like we take. I'm taking the bass note. I'm just like bringing it down one at a time through the chords. And then we're basically at the end. Is it the Vengeant Heights theme? It's not. It's not, unfortunately. I didn't do anything intentional with like referencing themes between the worlds that are the same, because I wanted the worlds to sort of stand on their own in this album. But I won't discount that whether it has any similarity on accident. Yeah. And then just like quickly on the outro, it's not too bad. The main interesting bit is that there's the final key, the time signature of the final bits is like it's an 11/16 bar and then another 11/16 bar and then a 14/16 bar, which is weird. It's and I make it like it's really hard to count because of this like really wonky kick drum pattern that's on it. It's like doesn't fall under. It doesn't fall on the beat you expect. I don't think it's this one actually. So it's like not clear where exactly the beats on there are, but if you follow the guitar, you can sort of count that out. And then it ends, and we have this sound at the end. I can play that in isolation. That one. So finish it out. Cool. So that should cover most of it. I mean, there's obviously like some layers I've glossed over, but there's just a ton of stuff going on in there, and like lots of the chords are pretty like way more interesting than they have any right to be, because I just like pepper that stuff everywhere. Cool. Okay. Next one. Next. Since we should have 4 left, I'm pretty sure. Maybe. So we have Bumble Fair. Snail Lounge. And procedurally generated Jumping Ball Land. I think these are the last ones as far as the worlds go. So I'm going to start a poll on that, and we'll see what we want next. Let's see. How are we feeling about the prospect of Sony buying Spike Chunsoft's parent company, possibly ending Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? It would be very sad. It would be sad for sure. I don't know what'll happen. Like I don't have any predictions. I haven't like looked into it too much. But like all I know is that like if there's no more Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, we're gonna be very upset. That's for sure. This just I don't know. No one's making anything that has quite the same charm. So it's like tough. Do I have bubble wrap or something? I don't think so. I think that might be the sound of like me moving or something. Okay, anyway, it looks like it is Bumble Fair next, so let's open that one. Bumble Fair is another one that's like written across a couple of different project files. I can find there is the main one, which is here, and then I can show the other ones. I don't actually remember which one they are because I didn't write them down. I was smart. Snail Lounge finally got some votes. Hell yeah. It's my keyboard? Okay, cool. I feel like I didn't type on my keyboard at all, but That's interesting. Oh yeah, this keyboard. You mean my You mean? Oh, I see. Yeah. My piano keyboard. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Sorry, my brain is like running at like light speed trying to get through all this. Okay. Cool. So let's look at this one. So the idea of Bumble Fair is that it's a set of 3 songs really, and they're written for the soundtrack of this game called Frog Golf by Ethan Z, and a bunch of other people on his team. And they basically, the idea is they wanted 3 themes for like a golfing game. They wanted like a daytime theme, and it's like an evening theme, and then something for like a boss fight. So this song goes through like basically those 3 acts in order, and it's sort of like all cobbled together into one song. But yeah, Frog Golf is very like, I looked at it, it was like really cute and stuff, so I knew I wanted to do something like a la Columboan, or on stuff like Point P and like Crossy Road Castle and Snipper Clips and stuff like that. So that was the main inspiration for this, just like doing something sounded kind of goofy. Bowen mentioned, yeah, Bowen is legendary. So in order to sort of capture that, there was a big focus on like using a lot of MIDI percussion and like very plucky instruments with very jazzy progressions. So it's not complicated on the sound design aspect, but it's very it's very weird on the chords. Although that's not really unusual, I guess, for me. Okay, so getting started, there is a timpani roll. And I thought starting on a timpani roll would be really funny because this is coming straight out of Inseams, which is like this really like ambient thing that's like that's like it's really serious and like emotional and stuff. So I wanted this part. I didn't want this part to jump straight into the melody part, like straight into this part, because it doesn't feel like impactful enough, right? So I gave it like a little drum roll, like a little timpani roll with like a few layers. There's like a few of these. Oh, that one has things on it. There's a few of these, and then it's like there's this like it just cuts off immediately and just goes straight into like goofy ass theme. Heck yeah. Okay, so what is this? What is going on here? Okay. So the initial texture is made of these like very simple like short plucky instruments, like this like really short flute sound. It's up here. Yeah. And the chords are all, it's centered around the key of G. So it's like we got, this is G. Do I have a better instrument? I do have this. So the chord progression here at the beginning is like G and then A minor, E flat to F like that. And then we move, and then for the B section we move into C. I think it's that chord? No, it's... Wait, C dim 7. I'm gonna have to read my notes. It's this chord here. So it was like... So that's the idea for the chord progression. So it's lots of like very typical like cadences on that but a few jazzy harmonies in there. What guitar sound is that? This is Contact Factory Library. So it's not super high quality. It's not like a crazy guitar or anything, but it has a nice tone. When you make many of your songs, do you record actual instruments and record them? Nope, these are all digital instruments that I own. I compose them by playing on a piano. I have a piano in front of me. So play stuff like that, and then you just record it. So yeah. The texture is just a lot of like very simple short stuff. There's a D bass in there. I didn't mention this. This double bass sound is honestly the best thing in the Contact Factory library. Like if you get the Contact Factory library for anything, it's this. But yeah. we augmented with some stuff. There's like this nice synth lead here. Just like a nice flavor to that. And we're highlighting that like C bit where like the melody goes up high by using this like triangle bit. Little triangle roll. And like on this chord here, I'm like stacking some extra voices like way up here. To sort of give that C chord a lot of levity. And so then we have this run, which is like a combination of this string pizzicato and this sound, which is an 808. Good. Okay. In this second section, the chords are kind of crazy. They're not your typical chords. So this is a reharm of it's a reharm of this part. So instead of doing C, we do this chord with a C sharp at the bottom, and then we have this chord, and then we have this diminished chord here. So it's like the descending bit, and then for the rest of it, we're going on a more adventure. So there's this F bit, there's this bit, and then there's that. Yeah, there's a whole tone. There's definitely a few whole tone scales in this, but yeah, this bit is very much like just sort of bouncing around different places. There is a vibraslap slap in there. It's very good. I have some like percussive this kit, which has a lot of fun sounds in it, and one of them is this vibraslap. So heck yeah. A lot of this stuff comes from this this one comes from the synthwave bit, but there's a lot of stuff in this like general MIDI library that's like this very like low quality sounding like MIDI stuff that's just like so good for this type of thing. But yeah, then there's this part and like this chord in here, which I don't even know what this chord is. Like I don't even know what this chord here is really. It's just there's a chord in here. It's weird. It's got a B and a C in it. It's got an F and an F sharp in it. It's whatever. So yeah. And we have this part is like this part is like accentuated by the snare drum. And then we return back to the section we were at before. So the structure is very much like A, B, A with this. So it's like that sort of pattern. Do you just go and went, but that sounds good, so we'll add that. Yeah, basically that's a lot of music writing is that. You just like put some stuff in and it sounds good. And it either sounds good or it doesn't sound good. You keep it or you don't keep it. And you get better at finding the good stuff with practice, basically. So you do the same thing here, except here at the end there's a bit of an extension. So we have this is not this right. Hold on. Yeah, so there's a phrase extension at the end of this that so it's like. So normally it would go from here to from D straight back to G, but instead I'm extending the phrase. Like that. So it's basically taking this like augmented bit. This is a 2-5-1, right? So it's like a 2-5-1. But instead of going straight to 1, you can go to 3 and then 6. Which is like pretty like well known as like a way to do an extension there, and then for the rest of it, I put in this like F chord instead of this, in substitution of this D chord to get us back to G. So that's just like very whirlwind theory analysis on that. And there's a subtle timpani roll that of course mutes at the end. So you have this like big gap of silence here, because that's fun. And so the idea for the day song is that this would loop, so to go back to the beginning. But obviously this is a standalone song where I'm combining them all together, so we have to write a transition to the next part. So that's what all this is for. So we have this bit that's like mainly accentuated by like the D bass and like this like E piano layer that gets added onto it. And so the idea here is I want to take these chords and sort of try to get them to be more like the second section, because the second song has slightly different chords. And I want to sort of bring in some of that harmony here so we can get in the motion of like going there. And so that's what a lot of this does. With like that chord there specifically is a lot of the harmony that's in the next section. Of course, to actually get to the pace of it, that it doesn't just work to get the harmony there. You also have to get like the pace of the song to get slower. So we're writing in this section that's like going down here. So we can get to something that's like more lax and freeform that transitions into the next section well. And there's some more noodling like on the guitars and like on these synths to sort of get us there. But then it ends in G, as expected. Cool. So this section, I'll cover this later because this is in a different project file actually. But for now, we're gonna move past that into the part where we come back. When we come back from that section, we do the same sort of timpani roll, and then we do sort of the same stuff from before, like the same stuff from back here. But then there's this big fake out where instead of going back to there, we do that. And this is really corny because we have this orchestra hit sound in here. That thing is awesome. It's really corny. But yeah, you have that combined with like this organ sound to sort of give a sound there. And now we're up into this section, which is like kind of more fast-paced, right? So we're sort of building in there with a lot of these same chords from before and some extra motions. There's some extra motions here to sort of not like resolve this chord progression immediately, but like to keep it moving. Right. I have the chords written down, but I'm not going to like analyze them specifically. In a way, this is a lot like what I did in Blackwing Gales, with like the big stabs followed by like the fast bit moving section and then the slow down before the end. And here there's this fabulous run, which starts out pretty sane, and then devolves into whatever the hell this is. So now that's very silly. And that cuts out, and there's like a little bit of a noise bit here, just to give this a bit more. It's a little bit of noise there, just to give that a little bit more texture. This part here with those. And then we're going into this big boss section. So, okay. Let's cover those sections now. I could also mention, like, at the end of the boss section, I do this, like, big stretch bit here. But we'll get to that. Okay, let's go to the second project file now. So hopefully I remember which one it is. It would be in my folder here. 2N, I think. So these were all originally separate songs, so they were done in separate project files, which is why there's more than one. But this one is oh, this is not. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so here's the end of the first golf that we listened to before, and then starting from here we have the new stuff. So we have this guitar, it's back, and we have this this sort of saw bit. this like sine wave bit here. It's like very serene and nice, nice for like evening vibes. So we're using that and a combination of this like Celesta to get us into this vibe. So here we're using a xylophone for, over the top. To sort of give that a percussive flavor. And there's a pan flute, this one. Yeah. Okay, so the chords here are a little different. It's like instead of doing G to A minor, we're doing G to A major, like that. And from there, it's like continues to be adventurous. Like we go to C, and then we do like C diminished stuff. Like that, basically. There's a lot of fun like little tidbits everywhere, and some like voicings in the chords and stuff that are like sort of flavoring everything a lot, like these B flats everywhere. Yeah, and so here we have an actual whole tone to transition into this part. Is that all I want to say? Yeah. So the second bit features this detuned organ sound. I think it's like that sort of. Where like the guitar part becomes much simpler, but we just have these like long organ notes. There's that part, I can highlight that as well. That should be in there somewhere. That's just some nice motion there. And then finally we have a subtle slowdown near here. It's like there's no tempo automation, but you can see the chords, they get longer here as you go. And so on that chord, that's where the timpani roll starts from the other bit. And so that's the whole evening section. The vibe of the evening section is reprised at the end of the song. After all the stuff sort of fades out, we have this sort of bit where the notes are like long, and we have a lot of the same sounds in here. Like the pan flute is back, and we have this Rhodes sound here. The chord here is nice. I like this chord here, which is really cool. This is like we have a C. This is like we have a C, and then we have this D on E, this chord here, which is very nice. That chord has a lot of flavor to it, and it resolves nicely to this B minor chord that goes to the E minor, so it's very nice there. And the final thing about this ending is that it has this like sort of unresolved chord at the end. This chord is a E7 on G sharp. So there's G sharp on the bottom. So it's like this, but with the G sharp on the bottom, like that. And that chord is unresolved. And like I considered resolving this. I have like a little bit over here where I'm like not that bit. It's somewhere else. I have a bit where I'm like trying to resolve that, and then I decided at the end that like it shouldn't resolve. It should just sit there. And part of the reason for that was to sort of make it so that it goes into alto cove nicely, because alto cove starts with a jazzy, unresolved section at the front. So that sort of like makes those things sort of tie into each other. And also, just like I felt like this chord didn't really need a resolution. Like it should just sit there and sort of sit on that. Cool. So that was the thought behind that. I'm gonna move to the third project file now. We are zipping through this one, hopefully. this is the big boss fight portion of the song. Here's like an earlier attempt to just do something with it, but I ended up going with this one. So it's this big vibe with like these big drums with this kit here. And here we have like this sort of chord with a G7 chord here, basically. This G7 chord. And there's a harpsichord there, and then we have this bass. It's like really round. It's like really round bass. It's like really silly. And xylophone playing the melody at first, but that quickly gets overruled. More drum layers here. Gets added in here. This is a different kit. No, it's the same kit. Never mind. And then we have this this fill with orchestral hit. It's back. We love orchestral hit. Yeah, the round bass is very is cool. I enjoyed finding this bass in here. I was like, yep, that's the bass. That's absolutely the one. Okay, so the chords here are it's revolving around G7, so it's like a dominant sort of riff. But it's going down to E flat and then F6. So that's like sort of what it's doing here. And we're sort of emphasizing that here with like a lot of like this synth is kind of crazy. This is actually a bass, but I'm using it as a lead. Like that. And it has this, I think I added a bass layer to this actually. This one. So you have this other round bass. See ya. Have a good night's sleep, Lotus. Okay. So what is this again? This is like, yeah, just a bunch of percussive highlights. There's a lot of these in this song. There's like every section is filled with those. But yeah, this lead has some fun runs, like very silly stuff. That one and like this one up here. Right. Lots of fun runs. Yeah. And then we have a and then we have like this part here, which is like sort of the part, it's mirroring the part where the chord progression journeys up to C from G, but instead of going to C major, it goes to C minor. So wait a minute, hold on. So like if we go here, it's like, and then just some more like weird crazy stuff, like it has an A augmented here, and then on an E diminished, and then we have an A flat diminished, and like some other stuff. It like goes places here. But the final chord we end up resolving on is in F sharp, which is like one half step down from where we started. And here I'm sort of mirroring the chord progression of the second portion of the song, where we have the major chord, and then we move up to this harmony on it. Yeah, so that's emphasized by like a lot of layers here. This sound is interesting. I really like this. This is just like a cymbal smash. It's the sound of someone smashing a cymbal in the ground. But if I just like literally put it here, it sounds amazing. Like that. So that's like really cool. And so it just shows like I have this one, which like goes up in volume, and then this one which goes up in pitch. It's a gong. It's really silly. But yeah, all throughout this, there's this short pluck. Like here in this section, a lot of the stuff goes away. Like there's these big chord sounds that go away, but this pluck maintains. It's really short. sort of keeping up the rhythm. And then there's these extended chords here, which are just like, it's like a quarter, it's like a dotted half note rhythm, sort of going up on an extended bit. I played around with like what the pattern on this should be, and I eventually determined that like this last bit should literally be like 4 beats long. This last one, so like these are all sort of dotted half notes, dotted eighth notes, and then this last one is a full quarter note. That's what like ended up feeling natural as I was playing around with it. So it means that this part is like a beat and a half ahead, delayed basically. And there's like a fill there that I think is not perfectly synced. It's like a little bit off. No, it's actually synced. Never mind. I lied. But there's those notes there. And so in this file, we finish on this like dominant chord here. But then you saw briefly, like I showed on the other project file, I took this audio and just like lengthened it. So this bit here. So there's a slowdown where the chords play, and then this last one is like extremely stretched. It like sounds like it's been like pulled, which is sick. And I played like a whole tone scale over this as it plays out, and there's this big like dreamy like harp going up a whole tone scale there, which makes it seem like it's like dissolving into mist or something. Which I guess is a funny fate for a final boss to have. Cool. So that's basically everything I wanted to talk about. There's like a double bass solo like right after this part that I didn't show, but that's pretty straightforward. Like it's just a D bass playing some notes. So yeah, that's Bumble Fair. This is like a 3-part suite. And obviously, like a lot of this stuff is like upgraded a bit from the original version that I put for the game, and there's a lot of like transition work to get the songs to fit together. But when you do that, all that work, you get a pretty fancy result at the end. So heck yeah. Okay, next poll. Let's move on. Next world. Let's go for. It's gonna be either Snail Lounge or Procedural Generated Jumping Ball Land at this point. So. Let's get it going. I'm actually very curious what you all want out of these two. It probably won't be Snail Lounge, honestly. Yeah, that's what I thought. Good. It's okay. We can have Snail Lounge come like right before we talk about World's End, which is like huge, so it's okay. All right, let's go to Procedurally Generated Jumping Ball Land. Okay, let's see. So I think the file for that should just be this one. Yeah, okay. Saving the best for last. Yeah, that makes sense. Snail Lounge it's not big. It's very humble, but it has some stuff going for it. I definitely have stuff to say. Okay, these two are relatively short, so hopefully we should get through these quickly, and then we can like smack out World's End. That one is a biggie. Okay, so here's Procedurally Generated Jumping Ball Land. The idea for the lore for this is a song that was made for a Lit and Dare project in like some year prior or something. I don't remember when. We didn't finish. It was sort of like a failed project, but it was a game about a ball just bouncing around. That was like the intent behind it. So the focus of this was just sort of like take a song that's like sort of pretty straightforward, because that's sort of what I wrote for it, and like make it interesting through like adding just like some like zany silly shit. So by zany silly shit I mean like literally voiceovers saying that it's like about a ball bouncing around. So we start with like this percussive intro. It's like basically like a drum solo at the start. And then we bring in this, which has like the sound of a ball in it. It's this drum analog kit here with this go-go bell. That's the ball sound. And we have some toms here with the bass coming in. Yeah, Agogo. Agogo is a fun word. It's one of the rare words that has the word letters G-O-G-O in that order in it. There's only a few of those that exist. I was going to do a Tumblr poll about that, actually, on my puzzle Tumblr. I'm now advertising the puzzle Tumblr on my YouTube. This is sick. There's a few of those, and it's pretty cool. Anyway, on to the actual thing. So the one of the interesting things about this rhythm is that the swing is loose. So it's this like if I turn on snap for like 1/6 beat, you can see it's like these notes are like slightly before the actual. Oh, that's the viper slap. Slightly before the marker. So the swing is like a little bit. It's loose. So yeah, that's the main bit about that. So let's talk about the chords. Okay, so we have this piano. That's not the piano. Sorry. Basically same piano. So we have. It's in the key of G, D, right? So a lot of this is like playing around with pretty simple chords with the D. So there's like, if you have simple cadences with like the G, A, D, like your G, A, D like that, you have your G, A, B. And then like even over here, like, you have your like G to like F sharp 7 and then to B 7 like that. Go back to D. So pretty typical cadences on that. But yeah. So the idea with this is we have the first part here, which is sort of like a little piano noodling with like the basic bit, and then the second bit we sort of bring in the full melody motif and like sort of make it big and stuff. Okay. The chord progression, the pattern of this is A B A. It's the same as the Bumble Fair thing, where like we have an A pattern and then it plays it again, and then it does a different thing for the B, and then it repeats the A bit again. Like that. And then you know, voiceovers. This should be pretty self-explanatory. I don't really have to talk about it. Actually, I do have to talk about it because of the joke. I have to explain the joke. Okay, so if y'all don't know, there's a sample in production called the Think Break, and I can select it here. It goes something like every music producer know. I can't select it. What the hell? Every music producer knows this. And the point of the using the Think Break is that it has yeah and woo in it. Those two sounds. So I was like, okay, let's just do something stupid. What if we unlock a ball called the yeah woo ball that makes a yeah woo sound, and then I just put a yeah woo from the Think Break in here. So the joke is that people will hear like yeah woo ball, and they're like, ooh, what's that? And then they hear the Think Break and go like, ah, like recognition moment. So that's the joke. I can't believe they stole the Yahoo from procedurally generated jumping ball land. Yeah, I can't believe they did that. That's crazy. That was my idea. Okay, so the second part is like basically the same as verse 1. There's like a white noise crash here, which is like nice. Nice to have like white noise crashes sometimes. And there's like a melody line. With piano accents like on this upward moving bit in the chords, so it's like those notes going there. There's a piano accenting those. Yeah, so just have like a nice little flavor there to spice that melody up. And here we have run. Here we have a run. We like runs, right? This is a run. Was procedurally generated ball jumping land inspired by Red Ball 4 in any way? Unfortunately, no, but I should have thought of that. That would have made my life much easier. Yeah, so then here we have like a break with this chord. That's like the B. That's like the B7 chord from before. That had that sort of like interesting thing. Or no, there's not much. There's not too much to talk about. There's just like a lot of sounds doing simple things. Like there's this sound. I can like show synths and stuff because I think people wanted to see those. There's like a serum patch here. This is like the same lead as I used in the previous one too. And this is the lead. So they're all playing like stuff here. This synth here, this Prin synth, is actually doubling its own bass here. So there's like bass at the bottom, stuff at the top. So that's cool. You like to have synths that are like multi-purpose like that, where you can have the bass note and the top note all in there. Okay, well now's a good time to talk about all the Yawoos, because this is a lot more than just a Think Break Yawoo. So there's a Yawoo here, but there's also this Yawoo. That's me. That's his voice. That's my voice. There's that one. That's Tailspun. Tailspun's in the chat. Hello. You could say Yawoo.
I'm also here. Yeah, woo!
Oh yeah, that's Tailspun saying Yawoo.
Yeah, woo, woo, woo.
And that is Echo Rift. And this is that's not a Yawoo. What is that? Okay. There's like a lot of delay on that, so you can hear all that stuff. Yeah, Echo Rift. Echo Rift did a Yawoo for me. They're sick. Follow Echo Rift. Echo Rift's so good, so cool. Okay, so next section, I'm gonna ignore this voiceover because everyone knows what that voiceover says. So for this bridge, we're shifting the sort of key center of the whole thing to B flat. This B flat chord, I want to use this something that actually has sound, please. Which one is my piano? That one, okay. So we're now in B flat now. This chord is B flat, and then it's sort of like sitting there for a bit, moving up to this like C on this B flat, and then we do an augmented like that, and then we do an A. So it's like sitting on this B flat chord, but with some interesting colors through this section here. And we have this drum kit with the low pass over it. Oh yeah, last percussion. And then in the second bit, we add in these percussive bits at the top, which are nice. Yeah, so this part here in the second half, these chords are a little bit more adventurous than the first few ones. So that chord has a bit more flavor to it. It's an E flat on an A flat like that, and then there's a B flat 7 on a D. So it's like that chord right here. Except it has a little bit more flavor in it. This run on here is kind of crazy. This run right here, it's got a piano layer that's like harmonizing above it here. You can see in the ghost layers here. No, sorry, this is the piano, and the other bit is the synth. And like here, like you can see the pads even cross a little bit. So like the synth goes below it here, and then it goes back above it again. So it's a little strange. But then we have like after that chord, we go back to pretty standard stuff. So this here is it's like a 6-2-5-1 or something. It's like a 2-5-1 except with a chord before the 2. So it's like we have a G minor into C minor into F7, and then we're gonna end up in B flat at the end. So it's all this like going up the circle of fourths or whatever. Yeah, and all the meanwhile, the synth is doing more runs. Like we have this like whole tone run here. And there's more Yawoos, obviously, so that's cool. Was there anything else I wanted to talk about? The bass line is like kind of sparse, like this bass line here. This bass line sort of runs through this section. It gets reused in this section with like more stuff into it, but this is like a more sparse version of the bass line, basically. So yeah. That's basically the shift there. So then we go to this section. This section has a lot of layers in order to make it feel sort of like it's still goofy, obviously, but it feels very like lofty and big, and like it's like going somewhere. It has a lot of energy, and there's a lot of layers that are sort of contributing to that. Like you've got this big saw chord here, and you've got this bit here, which has some pluckiness to it, and there's a sub. Which is good, and you have this plucky bit here, playing some chords as well, and then you have like multiple synth layers. So there's like I think there's like 3 competing melody lines here. Like there's a melody line here. This is like the long one, and then there's this melody line. And then there's, sorry, unlock that. And then there's the bass line, which is a different melody line. And so there's like all these different melodies playing on top of each other. Sort of creating the overall texture of this section. And the chords in this section aren't like anything complicated. Like it's all like pretty diatonic with like B flat, your D minor, like your F, etc. So something crazy, but we just have like a ton of different melodies sort of singing out at the same time. And the interesting woos are all here. There's the same woos in the various sources. You have like the cutoff ones there. You have like the echo riff ones that's like half pitch. And you have the ones where we're all like sort of alternating. So getting all our woos out. Yeah. Like here in the second half, I even do like more melody stuff. Like the hecking. There's like this extra melody line here. On top of this big fast running bit, this line is completely different. Like that one's still there, and I also take the bass line and I emphasize it with the piano, so the piano is here. Playing the bass line as well, so it's like I'm like taking all the different melodies and like stacking more stuff onto them, making them all like sort of coexist. It's like a counter melody to a counter melody or something. It's like multiple different things at the same time.
Yes.
And I forgot to mention this Yahoo.
Yeah. Woo.
That is a Microsoft text to speech that I recorded. Just a little extra Yahoo flavor at the end of everything. So I sell the joke of that by just like cutting all the sound out. So it just like cuts out instantly on this note here. And the outro is like a little fade out with like sort of sounds like it's on a radio or something. Sandra TTS or whoever. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's basically this one. It wasn't as long as the other ones, but it definitely had silly stuff in it. So that's cool. Oh, you know what I didn't talk about? Oh, I forgot to talk about this. There's, in this middle section here, this B section here, like this chord, this big long chord here, I didn't even talk about this. It has this like automation on it that makes it go up. But then also there's this one here, which increases its, this macro, which increases its vibrato. So it's like becomes very wobbly. And I bring that up specifically for this third chord here. So you can hear that like the dissonant chord like wobbling a ton. And they do the same thing over here. So it's a little bit of an extra flavor on the dissonant chords in this section, just to like sell them a little bit more. So yeah, it's little details like that that I'm like paying attention to when I make these sounds. Okay, cool. that covers procedurally generated jumping ball land, the sort of oddball of the album. That there is an oddball of the album is kind of crazy. So there's one left. It's Snail Lounge. Let's get right into it. One more poll. Yeah, we can do a poll about whether to cover Snail Lounge or World's End, LMAO. But no, we're gonna cover Snail's Lounge, unfortunately. Let's see. I need to find it. It's gonna be here. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, we have to cover Snail Lounge. Oh, why couldn't we? Why couldn't? Okay. This is Snail Lounge. You can see it looks very simple. So this is just sort of a, this isn't like really like for a video game or anything. This is just like a chill intermission song that I sort of wrote one day. I was just like, let's just like take this instrument that I've got here. I think it's this one, this sort of one that runs through everything. So I have this instrument. It sounds like that, and I decided like let's just like write a really a chill thing with it, and then it just like turned into a song that was like perfect for like an intermission sort of thing on the album. So the basic idea is just that it's like this running through. And there's some like pitch automation on it you can hear. It's like, I can show it here. There's like this, oh, not that one. To sort of make those chords like rise up and down and stuff like that. Like that. Cool. So the basic idea behind these chords is it's like this B flat to A minor. It's like that repeats a few times, but then after we have enough of that, we shift to this chord, and then we do that alternating with this F minor, and then we ascend from there to this B chord and this C sharp chord. So it's like this. It's like this progression with two halves, where one of them is like sort of concentrated here, and then the second half is concentrated here, which is like a step below it. Yeah. So then, for the actual stuff, I've taken this very warm sound and supplemented it with the second very warm sound. And this is a fun trick I applied to it. Tailspin showed me this trick. If you got a sound like this, you can take a kilohertz pitch shifter and shift it down some amount of pitch, and then take another one and shift it back up the same amount of pitch. So you keep the same you keep the same pitch on it, but it adds this like graininess to it. So you can hear like a little bit of like grain on that, and that's just like a nice textural trick. So that gives this like warm chord like some nice flavor. So we have that sort of like over this other stuff, sort of adding space to the chord as it exists. I should mention that this whole song is mixed like with very little high. Like if I show you a parametric EQ, you can see like there's nothing up here. Like basically all the sounds of this have like this like high pass over it. So it sounds like really like cozy and like warm and inside and stuff. There's like nothing up there. Very chill. You can only do that on albums where the whole album is mixed differently. Like every single song is completely different in how it's like how the master has approached. So the freedom there is really nice. So this drum kit is like a simple MIDI drum kit. Yeah. So just a simple drum kit, and then you know the sounds from before. So it's like this just really chill, like free-flowing sort of section. Yeah. And so that continues here into this B section where we're once again doing like a key shift. So it's like beforehand we were like in here. Beforehand we were in this B, and then we shifted down to this foot. Like we were in here and we shifted down here. But now we're in A flat. So we basically, I've taken these two chords from the previous bit and resolved it here. I think there's a pitch shift on this right now, which is why it sounds weird. Yeah, there it is. So I resolved that chord down to, I resolved this chord plaguily down to here. This A flat chord, which is like very interesting, like a nice flavor to it. And we do that same alternation here again. And then here in this part, we're doing like an ascending bit. So it's going from like this A flat chord to this B, and this B diminished. This B flat, C, and then this bit, and then there's this G minor chord, which is like way higher than you expect it to be. So normally you have this, you have this, you have this, and you expect this to be like F or something like that. But we're moving to this G chord instead, and on top of that G chord, we have this. I can probably show it here. There's this like this bit, which is like we have this bit. I think that has some pitch up on it, and then there's the melody line hits this F sharp on it, which is like adding an interesting flavor to it. So it's like we've got this G chord, this G minor chord, but the melody is hitting this like F sharp. It's like higher than you expect, and then it's like also like pitching upward from there. So it's like this note that's like really, really shooting for the sky, that one. Yeah, so other than that, like there's more chords at the end there that do more things, but let's see, what else is interesting? There's this walking bass line that's really cool. This one, I think. So that's pretty simple. Just like a nice thing to add to that. This lead is being covered by this theremin thing, which is awesome. This patch is amazing. This patch is awesome. I love that. And we have a Glock on top of it as well. It has a lot of bit crush on it. I forgot to put all that bit crush on the glockenspiel. But this we just have this like a sine. We just have this like triangle wave thing that like layers on top of everything really nicely. Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of really nice stuff there. That's like really accentuated nicely. I thought it was good anyway. And then we have this C section here, which has some funny chords. So this chord here is a F sharp minor, and then we go down a minor to here, and then I see that we're going to E half diminished 7, so like this. So instead of just going down chromatically minor as you might expect, we go chromatically minor, but then we take a diminished here, so we move this one down a little bit further. And then I see I have an A flat augmented like this chord here. So the bass line is like moving down, but the inner voicings are staying flavorful, because you don't want them to just sort of parallel motion like that all the way down. This isn't Vengeant Heights or anything. And then for the second reprise, we do these chords as usual, but then we go to something more interesting here. I think that's the one. And then we do, I actually don't know what the C sharp there is. I have a C sharp written in here, but I don't think that's real. Oh, it is real. It's there. But then we go, but then we end up at this chord, this 7 chord here. And that brings us back to, and And this chord, I managed to resolve this chord to F, to B flat. Sorry, B flat after that. So that's fun. This chord here. There is a gap here. Like I did a tape stop here, and I left a little bit of gap here because I didn't want it to go like straight into the reprise. Wanted to give it a little bit of space to like rest on that chord a little bit. But yeah, this section is otherwise pretty sparse. Like it's just this chord bit going down, and there's like a little bit of a lead here. It's like a little bit of extra layer on top of that. Then we go into this reprise, and the first thing that happens right off the bat is we've got like this sort of like high bit repetition of the bit, and then it goes into the actual bit. And in the actual bit, we hit this chord right away, which is very cool. This chord is sick. This is an E augmented on an E diminished. So he has an E diminished on the bottom, like this, and we play an E augmented on the top. That's a spicy chord. That just like works really well here. And it like resolves naturally down to F, right? So it's like you've got it resolves naturally down to F sus4, and then you can, you know, you do the other chords off that. So that was that chord was a fun discovery, honestly. Like I didn't stumble on this chord on purpose. I just like put it down and was like, oh, that sounds really cool. I wonder what is that chord? What did I just write? Where are we? We're over here. I can show the chord in question. That one. You just like put the notes down and it was like, oh, that's very cool. I like that. And then I analyzed it. I was like, oh, I can't. That's an awesome idea. Yeah, this patch is awesome for stuff because you can also, because when you do a pitch shift on this, like when I do a pitch shift on this, I have a pitch wheel actually. It doesn't do much, but it like shifts all the notes in the chord up and down. So it's like the chord starts like low and then it comes up like with everything. So it's like really nice. And then this section is a lot the same as the previous one. We have more drums in here. You can also play drums live. Like I've got a keyboard here with like I can play the layers here. So it's like you got a hi-hat here, you got a bass drum here, right? So it's like the snare drum is not on this thing. Is it snare drum? Oh, I'm not as good at that as the other one. So if I'm writing drums a lot of the time, I will like play what I want to hear, and then I'll like fix it up in post, because I'm not a very good player. I see the snare is here. Okay. So these drums. And so here I'm adding onto this instrument, which is the same instrument with a little bit more highs on it. So it's like this. Oh, not that one. This one. Versus this one. Oh, not that high. So there's a little bit more highs on that one. And so you can hear that really nicely. And the bass, we have this like pulsating bit in the bottom. Right, so you can hear that sort of doing it. Also, if you ever get the chance to write a melody by using chords for the melody line, do it. I promise you it's awesome. Like, so here we have like literally full chords playing the melody. Because you get to do like all those cool like inner voicings and stuff where like all the things like move really nicely and you use interesting harmonies all over the place. It gives you a lot of chances to do that. Like what are these, man? Like there's lots of stuff there. It's very flavorful. And then we get to the reprise where this is the part where we've moved down to G flat, right, or F sharp, I guess. And we're adding onto it this lead, which has the same. You can see it's on the same mixer track as that other bit. So that's the same like pitch shifter effect on it. So it's got lots of nice flavor to it. Yeah, very cool. Just to give that last bit like even more push, just to get it there. So let's see. I have in my notes that there's an E flat chord with the harmony in it, with some harmony in it. This chord? I see. Yeah, I think I was talking about this chord here, where there's like a G flat in it. I actually don't know what this note was about. This one here, maybe? No, that's not the part of it. Wait. I'm getting confused. Yeah, I think I was noting this F sharp here. There's a little bit of harmony there. So we have like an E flat chord, but with this G flat in it, just like stuck in there. And so for the outro, we have a simple chord, like we have a simple like B and C sharp repeated over and over again, but like everything's sort of coming down. So there's like 3 chord layers, and we're moving the chord layers one at a time until we get to the final bit. And we finish by playing a F7, so it's this chord. And just like a little bit of a percussion. There's a vibrato, there's a lot of vibrato on that because I'm automating up the vibrato on this. I'm automating up the D-tune on this. And the vibrato of the sound is going up naturally, so like this chord like opens up over the course of that. When is the stream ending? It's ending when I finish explaining all this shit. Maybe in an hour, hopefully. I mean, World's End might take a while, so we have 2 songs left. I've gone through 8 of them. World's End is a doozy though, so that one might take a while. We'll see. Okay. Well, in the interest of getting the stream done, we should probably move right to it. But yeah, that was Snail's Lounge. It's pretty humble, honestly. There's like not a lot of stuff in it, but what's in there is like really tight. And I really liked that about it. Okay. It's World's End time. Let's go straight to it. I should have it here. Okay, so the lore of World's End. Okay, so all of those other songs were the worlds in the places, right? They're basically the places. They're the locations that are sort of metaphorized over the course of the album. This song is about all of that like not coming to be. Like this is the moment where like that happens, and it's sort of like it's meant to be like a climax with like huge highs and like low lows, right? So it's like it's got this like huge variance to it. Something to note lore-wise about the piece is that the title is intentionally omitting an apostrophe. So the title of the song is World's End, as in all worlds must end. Like all worlds must die. All worlds. No worlds are meant to be, like nothing lasts or whatever. Like that's like it's like a statement of truth, right? So it's not a particular landscape that is ending. It's like encompassing. It's like global, encompassing, like universal. So like in the music video for this, I had like that depiction where like all of the worlds are like on screens or whatever. So it's really about all of them. As for like the development of this song, this was made for Audio Secret Santa 2022. Again, Audio Secret Santa, hell yeah, let's go. The prompt I got was about to do to do something that's like pretty, right? Like something similar to that, but with like a surprise element in it. So it was sort of me crafting a story about like something really like beautiful and then just like getting demolished to pieces. So there's a storytelling philosophy that like permeates this whole song that has a lot to do with like what we did with Stell Prophesize, if you remember that, where like we sort of going through like a hero's journey sort of bit where like we're venturing out into a place and then like getting wrecked basically. As a fair warning, if I'm streaming this, there occasionally is there's a glitch with one of the plugins. I don't know which plugin it is that makes it like throw out a shotgun of sound every now and then. I hope it doesn't happen, but if it does, be prepared. Sorry, it might happen. It might blow your ears out. I'm sorry, but we'll see. Okay, so okay. Let's get started. Let's get right in. Okay, so the first thing you'll notice is that there's computer noise. It's back. This is from the very first song on the album, Inseams, and it sort of represents like the despair of things like falling apart. And so I wanted that to permeate this, so it's like sort of comes back and shows like, you know, everything's going to death. All right. So the very beginning, this whole beginning part revolves around this electric piano motif. That sort of alternates, right? So it's on this chord. So it's that, and it sort of maintains that for quite a while here. So we have this like gong sound that like cuts off right at the end to go into this landscape. So imagine like you're sitting on top of the thing and you're seeing all of those worlds before you, you're seeing all of them like a big overview. And so there's this big, so the section is written as like a call and response between this long pad thing that like evolves over the course of this whole bar, and then it lets go into this section. What is that offbeat thing? That sound you must be talking about. Where is it? Where is it located? Shoot. Actually, where is it? Where did I put it? Is it this? No. It's somewhere, I swear. Oh, is it this? Yes, okay. So this is Hidden Teacher on Contact, the Hybrid Keys plugin. And it's this looper sound. It sounds like this. So to get that sound, I just like played two notes on it. Like that. And it has that big delay to it, and so that's like permeates this area here, while I like take this synth. This patch is really awesome. I really like this patch. But we do some synth noodling on that. You were talking about the percussive thing. You mean this? Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. So the idea is that this is like an alarm sound, right? It's like it sounds like an alarm ringing. This percussion is this. It's just a sound I have. It's called Perk 37, and there's some other smaller hi-hats here. So intermittently you hear this like alarm sounding kind of like on the thing while you're like, you know, looking at all this stuff. And then it's justified by, you know, this big that. So this is like the quote unquote danger like intermission, where like you hear this like foreboding sound come in. And this brings in a second alarm sound. It's I think it is, which one is it? Shoot. It might be here, actually. I have to find this, sorry. I don't remember what it is. Here, yeah, there it is. Okay, this is a synth. This is also called Saturday. It's legally distinct Saturday. It's not the same one. And it's the sound of these two notes being played. So that's the second alarm in this big section. So yeah, this section here, there's just a lot going on. Like there's this, and there's also this. This is made from two different loops alternating. So there's like this loop here. I have temporary written on it. It turns out it wasn't temporary. That one, and then it's this one. So it's these two loops alternating. Basically to make that happen. And there's obviously my own chords, my own drums later onto it. What's your process in developing these super distorted loops? Oh, these ones are from a sample pack I have, honestly. Like, I have these from something. I put some more stuff on it, so it's not just the loop. These are all like various high percussions. It has like a really fat snare here. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely people who specialize way more in making like drums of this type. Like people can do this like stuff like really crazy. I'm not that good at them, so I just like flounder about and put sounds down and stuff. So there's this sound here that's layered onto that, and there's also this the big long pad here has this extra bit where like you can see this bend wheel, it pitches upwards. So if I play the sound, the pad, I need to get a volume. So the pad goes up. And also I neglected to mention that the pad has this ring mod on it here. So like after it goes up, you can hear it there. It's sort of like adding to the alarm sort of soundscape there. But that just makes it like feel like it's glitching out into space once it comes out. So yeah, the idea is like we have this stuff with this like huge bass, and then all that sort of dissolves into mist, sort of going this way. And then I do that a second time, but on like a lower note. So it's like I'm moving from A flat to G flat on this one. But it's otherwise identical, like it's the same thing. When we're done with that, we have the next section. So I think that's all I need to talk about here. Oh yeah, the cymbal scrape. I forgot to talk about that. So there's after this bit there, I have the cymbal scrapes down here. So it's like intermittent. It's like you have your danger bit, and then in between I do this like scrape to sort of make that section flavorful and interesting. Same thing here. There's another one. Cool. Okay, then we have this part where we have this downward. We have this. This is just a bass sound, but I have a pitch down on it somewhere. I don't know where. There it is. Okay, so we pitch down on that. That makes it go down. So we sync. We sync straight into this preparation section. Yeah. So this preparation section here, the idea of this, it's the same idea as the Snail prophesize bit. That's like after the first bit. It's like we're preparing to go somewhere else, basically, and then by the time we reach the third section, we are at somewhere else. So what's going on here is we've got a C sharp minor, this going up. And then it moves on to a that chord, I think. There. And that chord has like a lot of like like a lot of vibrato on it. Like it has a lot of pitch stuff, and there's a lot of things that's like moving down, moving up along the way. Like I can show some of those. We have this sort of atmospheric sound permeating the whole thing, and this is all pitching up. So it's this sound just sort of lifting up and up and up as the whole thing goes. I think this Panomatic is on it too, so it makes it like pan left and right more quickly. So it also sounds like it's speeding up, which is cool. And then coming out of these big long chords, we have these sounds that sort of take us out off the chord onto the sort of intermittent sections. And we have some cello sounds that are sort of going down. There should be pitch down on this. Yeah, there it is. So that's the sound. That's the sound of like it sounds like a ship just sort of like landing, right? Like this section here. But it's these like string solo bits that are like going downward, sort of making that happen. And that's contrasting this thing going up, as we showed earlier. So there's a lot of like intersecting sounds going that way. Yeah. The second repetition here is interesting because this is a E. This is an E. This is an E chord. Oh, that's not an E chord. That's not an E piano. This is an E chord here. But as we go up, we add flavors of, I think it's B. I think it's, it's this chord. So we have, this is a cool chord that I picked up like a while ago. Basically, it's like you take the major chord here, and then you stack on top of this chord like the major chord, like a tritone above it. So it's this one. And that like has a really unique like flavor to it when you're coming from just like a resolved chord here. So if you start with this and then you add flavors of this chord onto it, it becomes like this really tense chord that's like trying to go somewhere without being something completely different. And that's what's going on here. So we have that chord and we're sort of adding those B flat flavors on top of it as you go up. And of course there's more sounds that are like sort of taking us through, like that one. Yeah. So then we have a big like low hit here, and some descending chords there. Those are some interesting inner voices. Like it's not just the same chord descending. You can see the inner voices are shifting. So yeah, that's sort of how we take this we sort of like lift it up without like being so sort of like the samey, right? There's like other sounds here, like this wind chime there and stuff, just like making that soundscape full. Hell to yeah, I get that. I get it. I don't know much about that, but I should look into it. I at least a little, just to like know. I've just heard people talk about it. I'm sorry, I don't actually know what it is beyond it's a podcast. Okay. Section 3. Oh god, okay. Maybe not. Like I said, I don't know much. Okay. I'm gonna not comment on it too. I'm not gonna say it so that in the archive people have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. But it's okay. Okay. We're having fun. It's okay. Okay. Now we're in the 3 venture section, and again, this is the same as like the story beat in Still Prophesize, where like we're going out to like be in a different place and like exploring and like finding out what's there. This is that. So the way we do that is we establish a chord that's like interesting. It's similar to like other stuff I've done. In this case, the chord is that's very quiet for some reason. Use this. So in this case, the chord is this. It's this D flat 7, D flat 7 chord. So again, the key is this. So D flat 7 chord is here. It lives there. And we're using that to sort of revolve around this section. So it goes up to E, and then it goes down to F like that. Right? So what's happening here? And the E chord, the E piano is like very, very subtle with the voicing here. Like it's not like big at all. It's like really chill. On top of it is stacked this chord, which is like this lead, which is like really thick and juicy. Yeah, so it's just got a few layers to it. It's got that typical like envelope curve here. That's how I design sounds. And then on top of that, we have these drums. These drums are very cool, in my opinion. I liked these when I made them. So this is made of a few layers. We've got this kit here. There's some high percussion. We've got this like sort of fat kick. And then we have some snare layers. And then we have these percussions, which are, it's from a pack I have of someone tapping a SNES. And they're panned like left and right, and they alternate, so it's like a ticking clock. And so that like permeates the whole section. So yeah, we have a lot of the same sounds as before. There's like an upright bass here. Same one. This is it's the same upright bass as in like Bumble Fair, for example, and that one sounds like really goofy. So this sound is like, you can use it anywhere, basically. But yeah, we also have this soft chord, just sort of adding some more space to it. Yeah, and then here we have this whole section with this dragon flap sound in it. This sound I first used in a song you all might know. It's called Aeolia. I think this is a free sound I picked up somewhere of someone like flipping a blanket or something, and it sounds like a dragon flying away. Yeah, it's the same one. So it gives this F sharp chord this like really ethereal finish to it, where like it sort of flies away, kind of. Where did you learn all of your theory? I picked it up like over time. A really good thing you can do to study theory is just like play around with stuff a lot and inform your experimentation by listening to songs you like and figuring out what they're doing, right? So like lots of songs use common patterns with like what chords they pick and stuff. You can look at stuff that you like, that you think is harmonically interesting, and you can be like, okay, what chords is this thing using? How do they make their decisions of like what to do where? And you can build up an intuition of like a sort of Rolodex of choices to pick from when you're playing chords. That's the approach that worked for me anyway. How long does it usually take you to pick up all of them? Honestly, it took me a long time to get where I am now. If you're like me and you're not like putting in like dedicated practice or anything, you're just like doing it habitually over a long period of time, you'll eventually get there. It might take like 10 years, but you'll get there. You just have to put in the time. Yeah, and obviously learning how to name chords is pretty useful. Like knowing how to put words to what you're looking at is useful. So it is useful to learn the basics. But yeah, it's a composition is a long journey. Like if you're in it, you're in it for the long run. Like there's no shortcuts. So we continue doing that, and there's like another intermission here. It just doesn't have like a big flap sound because I'm trying to introduce some melodic elements here. So we take this flute that's in the next part and we give it a little bit extra before taking the melody and bringing it up high. So the melody was like low, and now it's like hitting some higher notes, and we're doubling it with a flute in order to really sell it. Yeah, so here the chord progression here is not super crazy. Like it's you've got this. It's so quiet. This E piano, Jesus. What can I use? This. What can I use? Can I use this? So we have like this, and then we have this, like descending, descending again, and then descending again, and then descending again, right? So it's like all those chords, then here, then here. So it's like lots of like chords that are pretty diatonic here. With obviously some interesting flavors, like leading from one chord to another chord. This part here, this little intermission here, this is a switch to triplet time. So it's like this whole part here is like, it's like on 2s or like 4s or something, but then this is on 3s. Just like briefly, just like for some flavor. And it's like complemented by this like soft chord sound playing these like really nice tones here. So just like a little bit of a shift there, just to sort of bring the momentum. It helps to bring the momentum down a little bit, slightly down before the big like premonition basically. So we've got the alarm sound coming back. It's once again it's this synth sound playing these notes. There's also another layer on here. It's this the percussion is back. So playing that. And it's not playing on the beat or anything. It's like off. You can see where it is exactly. It doesn't line up with anything. So it's not like with this part at the top. And so while that's sort of playing it, we have some stuff here. Like we have this coming up. I neglected to talk about this earlier, but this pattern is this pattern I introduced like way over here in this landscape part with this, I have this synth called Old Pluck here, this one, and it's doing this thing where it's doing like over here, and what I've done is I've just like taken that section, like recorded it out, and then brought it over to this part and like put a bunch of processing over it. So we have this ring mod that like slowly goes up on it. Yeah, just like very slowly on that. Other stuff, like we have this. Which is that reversed, I think it's going down a pitch. Yeah, it's descending like this. And so what that does is it takes this E piano part here. This E piano part here, and it descends into it. So you hear like, if I just like put these on both. Oh god, there's some stuff in there that's automated, but it like descends into there. And this ascension is like there's a lot of layers in here. Like there's this like long pad, this bass, this mid stabs thing, and all that is like coming up with these. So it rises up, and then there's these cymbals to sort of sell that. And then we have this, which is it's this snare, but like really glitched out. So it's like these really short. So So it's like it's like a shotgun sound basically. And then right after that, there is this like extremely short drum roll. That, which like it like rolls up really quick and then like stops, and there's like a little bit of a gap. So it's like something comes up, it's like sort of jump scare moment, and then like it goes away for like a brief period. And then this. Okay, so what the hell is this? So okay, we'll start with this bit. So this is the same sound. This is like the piece that's in here that makes the whole section grounded. So I have like there's lots of automation here on this, but you can see that like this riff is playing throughout the whole thing. And so that sort of like that takes this whole section and like grounds it. It's like the thing that's consistent throughout the whole thing. Meanwhile, we're doing this alternation between whatever the hell this is. And then this. Right? So we're sort of alternating between these two vibes. So this sound is just lots of like wind stuff that I rendered out separately. And then we have machine gun drums here. So it's got a few layers. I definitely deliberated a lot on like what the layers should be and like how they should work, but I eventually settled on this. And there is, right here, a bunch of manually drawn sidechain. There's also a manually drawn sidechain in the previous section, this venture section that I neglected to mention. It's all down here. Makes the drums a little bit fatter. But yeah, here you definitely need it in order to get those hits through. And then obviously there's like a zillion layers. This like rising bit here, you can see like all of those notes in there slowly coming in. And then once it's over, there's this section here where we've got this sort of percussion that's like a lot, some of it's left, some of it's right, but it's all like whatever. It's like this. Like that's the left one, and then there's some on the right one as well. So just sort of sprucing up this section with something. And then there's this, which just sort of sits in the mix. Cool, and then obviously we do it again, so it's the second one. And here you can see I'm doing the same thing where I take this chord here with this sort of bass, and I'm adding voices from a tritone above. So it's this minor chord, and there's voices from this D minor chord here, just to give that flavor. Yeah. So that sounds like this. In the second off section here, there's something interesting happening here. So I have this synth called wide bass. It's a very wide bass. It's like you've got bass notes and it's wide. And here I literally jammed these 3 notes. And what it does is when you play these notes together like this, like the bass becomes so crazy that like it wobbles other stuff out of existence. So like it sort of muffles the sound of the sound. So like when you play this, you can hear it like quivering, and whenever it like quivers, the other stuff like has to die down. It's like it's like in the way. It's like hitting the ceiling. So it's like a cool effect of just like naturally. That's a cool effect you can have just by like having this like really, I think it's even lower than this, like that. So it's like there's this like quiver every so often when it like when the bass notes like constructively interfere with each other. That sort of like mutes out everything briefly. It's a cool effect. Okay, and then we have this section, which is huge. I have the same things here, same drums. We've got this bit here, though. That's a sound. That's a sound, all right. And in the chords, we have this like extremely non-functional, like whatever the hell this is. Look at these. Who knows what these are? This chord here at least makes some sense, but then the other ones are like, they're just like, there's some notes, and they're like, you know, it's whatever. But we have this lead over that's like going down with them, basically. That lead is here. That one, yeah. So lots of layers there. Anything else here? There's this interstitial here, which sounds like that, and that's between the two sections here. And that's like that felt better to me than putting another interstitial that's like long here, because I wanted these bits to feel like tied together, these two parts here. So then after that we have the return of this shot, and followed by this roll. So that comes back, and then we have a gap, and then huge bit. How to get these sounds? You mean this one? I downloaded a pack of glitchy sounds. That's all I have to tell you. It's just a free pack of glitchy sounds I got. That one's in it. The wacky sound store, yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, Tailspin could tell you how to actually make these things, but I don't know how to make them, so I just got them from a pack. It's cool. Okay, so then we have this big chord. So this chord is a humongous C sharp half diminished chord. This does not make any sound. That chord there. So it's like huge, and it's going down. And it has that trick again with this wide bass. This time I like jammed even more keys because I'm crazy. No, it's the same number of keys. So you just press this, and like every so often it clips the whole chord out of existence. See, like that. And then there's this layer here, which is sick. This is a. And so that's going through this whole section, like dying out. So I can't even play like in the middle of this without muting that because it's like in the way. So I'm gonna go through this like here. All right, so now we're in this section that I've called debris here. So this is like after everything's been like blown to bits, like blown to smithereens. Everything's been dead, and so now we have nothing. Like you can imagine like a huge landscape of just like empty, smoking, whatever. Like it's just nothing. And so to sell the start of that, I play this E minor on B chord. I think this is. So it's a. So it's got it's just the E minor chord, but there's a B at the bottom. So it's sort of like it wants to be, it sort of wants to be like like a 7 or something, but I'm not actually voicing the 7. I mean, the same chord here. But and it's all like really quiet, so you can hear the computer noise. Like this is the loudest thing in it. This computer noise has played through the whole thing, by the way. It's just that on the loud stuff you can't really hear that well. Here you can hear it really well though. Yeah, so we have like a low chord playing there, you can hear, and then there's this bell, this like low bell. This is low bell sound playing there. So once we're here, we have basically just like a lot of percussive layers here. Like we have all this percussion here, just sort of playing random bits. It's the same as the other section that I was showing that did the similar thing. And so the chords here are taking a little bit of more venturing here. So it's like we've got this like E minor chord with the C sharp in it, and then followed by this C sharp minor chord here. This interstitial here is these high percussion bits, so it's like this sound and this sound, but like really, really low. So very glitchy sounding. This section here, from all of this going up to that like big chord here, all of this is like a bunch of chords sort of competing with each other in various directions. So like there's this tape woods bit which is sort of going down, pretty parallel. But then there's this E piano that's hitting chords in a completely different rhythm. You can see it's like not the same rhythm at all here. And at the same time we have like Saturday hitting some notes like in various places. And we have this wide bass playing this note the whole time, basically just over all of it. So there's a lot of competing voices going on over top of each other, just sort of creating a space where things are like going down. But then eventually everything hits this chord, this one right here, this E flat minor. That is not the optimal instrument to play that on. But everything hits that chord. And then there's space for this, which is this like upward ascending E minor chord, and at the top there's these voicings, which is E flat minor. So it's like we have an E major chord here, and we have an E flat minor chord on top of it. And that is like sort of there's a lot it's sort of uplifted by this run here, which is like if I hold the pedal down and I start at this note and just like run like that, you get that sound. Like that basically. Alright, so the next part of the album we've got this bit. The alarm coming back, and I have made this play for 5 notes instead of 4 notes, so you don't know when exactly the 6th bit is going to hit. If it was just after 4, you would be able to count like 1, 2, 3, 4, and it would sound like very standard and staid. But having 5 here makes it interesting. So then we have 6. So this is the hope section. The idea of this part is you've seen all this destruction, and now you're sort of like, where do I go from here? What do I feel? What do I feel now? Like this is like an outpouring of emotion. And so the idea here is I wanted to make the synths in this section sort of like emulate strings in a way. Like I want, like when you have like actual string sounds, you have like, it's like, the sounds sort of cover a lot of space, and then they have like this evolution where like things get louder and quieter as people play play into the note more and more. So I wanted to like make the automation on this stuff like as smooth and cool as possible. So there's this big like automation curve thing here that's automating like not 1 but like 2 different chords, 3 different chord sounds. Like there's this guy, And then there's like this guy. And then there's even this guy on top of that. And there's this guy for a little bit. So there's like a few different ones. There's sort of like a few different string ensembles, all sort of flowing through each other in this section. Yeah, the chords are here are otherwise pretty standard. It's just like all sort of diatonic stuff. Like we've got like your right, but then there's a shift to A major in the second half of this part. That then does this and then does this and then that, all like in that sort of space. And then it ends on this chord. This D minor 7 with like a bunch of voices in it. We'll get there. It's like that part there. Okay, so I can like solo certain voices here so you can hear what they sound like. Like that's a good example of sort of the sort of shape of this whole thing. What I wanted to do with there is I wanted to like sort of take this section here, take this chord and like accentuate it by having this arc here. So it's like you have that chord, this chord that's been sustained from here, like sort of creeps through, and then there's a big sweep after it. And it sort of like drowns out the melody sound too, so the melody's not like sitting over it or anything. Yeah, and there's a lot of stuff like there's a lot of like layers that get added there to like make that sort of swell like work basically. And then into the second section we bring back this old pluck doing this thing, like this thing, except now it's higher. I think it's like. We bring this back so that we have this sort of thing to ground upon. And so here we have this like air flute playing the main melody with the synth sort of doubling below it. So you've got this. It's like a direct sort of harmony to it there. And that little flourish there, I think, is on this bit. No, it's not on this bit. There's a flourish there that's like on one of these chord sounds. Oh, here it is. That sort of comes in and adds a little bit to that part, so it's like a little bit on top. And then we have the slow rise here, which is the D minor major chord I was talking about, but with a lot of voices. So if I go to this bit here, you can see there's like a bunch of voices in here, and they're changing. So we have this one again, and we have different voices here. So it's like this rising action slowly going towards the back to this chord, the home chord. And before those chords are over, we start bringing in this, which is this another glitch sound that I have, which is so it's sort of it's in this interstitial while we're waiting for the big hit here, right? So in this section, we're hitting this this big chord here, right? What sound is this? One of these. It's like we're hitting this chord here. I'm just like hitting it, letting it hold for a little bit, right, before going into the big bit here. And I found that like doing it this way, like with like a little gap here and like playing this first, was like way more impactful than just going straight into the big stuff here. So sometimes you just need to like press down the chord you're meaning to hit for a little bit and then go into the big stuff. So there's this big build to get in there. That involves this that glitch sound coming all the way up, and then this big drum roll. And so this part we've got sort of drums here that are sort of like slowly getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I think it's like all these hi-hats are like, yeah, they have like little linear rises on their, you actually can't see that because my piano roll is too low, but it's got this big velocity curve here. And here we have like this like high stabs, which are sort of alternating like that. And we have like a lead layer. And then this brass layer. And this bass layer. And this is a fun polyrhythmic tubular bells. Just like completely off rhythm from everything happening there. Obviously this and this. Just lots of stuff going on. And there's a layer in there that's pitching up. You can see these bend wheels here. I'm just going to do this. So you have this like slow rise up while all that's coming up. And then it dips back down right before the end. So we have that. I also have some stereo separation here, which is interesting. I think it's on the drums. So it's like your drum layer and you have this. Yes, I'm making it mono before it goes into the end. I see. So we make the drums mono briefly before we go out to here. Yeah. So we have this fill. It's doing that like dotted 16th note thing again, dotted 8th note or something. I don't know. But just like giving those 4 chords way more space so that they have time to sort of sing, right? So. Oh my God, there's something in there that's not automated. Yeah. So just if I didn't have that spacing, then those hits would sound pretty crammed. So like it wouldn't be as good. So just hit those out there. All right. And then there's that, just for flavor. Okay. Did I miss anything? Pedal A chord has a T sharp chord on top of it. Yeah, I covered that. Yeah, I covered that. Those all look good. Okay, cool. So then we have the big sort of climax. This is the revelation. It's not an answer to the thing. Again, this isn't really a resolution to the problem either. This is just sort of like the emotion of the previous section, but just sort of like big, basically. So we have fused drum layers. So it's like we've got lots of crash spam here. We got this kit. And stuff from before, like these big reverb snare layers. And more crashes on top of those, just to like give that snare drum tons of space. And then our main bit here, we've got lots of sort of layers here. One of the big ones that's like sort of hidden is this E piano layer. It's doing that pattern from the beginning again, but like more emphasized. So that's sort of like going in the background, and we have the bell supplementing that. So it's like this really ethereal, big sound of that pattern. Oh my God, that bass is like terrible, terrifying. Whatever that is. It's this. There it is. There's some automation on this that makes it sound better, but I don't know what it is. So it's like a ton of layers here. There's like, I'm doing this thing here where like I have like a bass that's like really low. That's like meant to be the bass, and then we have like gritty layers that are sort of above it and like panned outward. So when you layer that on, you get like this like big bass sound with tons and tons of high on it. You've got that. You've got this. You've got this. You've got this. And all that plus the lead layers add together. And on the lead, we're doing lots of this like manual pitch automation stuff so that it like sings really good. Let me solo this. I may also need to take this one on. So lots of like manual pitch automation there just to make that lead really singy and good and stuff. And more manual stuff there, big sweep there, other stuff here. So it's pretty standard on that. It's just like lots and lots of layers in order to make the sound really big. The mixing done is impressive. Yeah, the mixing on this was a pain. Like, it was really hard to get this right. I consulted multiple people about, hey, can you? What is wrong with this? Help me. My tip for you, the tip that I can give you as a non-expert on this, if you're trying to make something sound this big, is to make sure that your highs look like that. So. You want this like subtle hump there that like elevates, makes the sound really powerful. That hump there is like the separator between like this song and like the other songs before with like their climaxes. This is the one that like really has that high end to it. Yeah. So then this part is like, it's like doing the same melody again, but then at the end I do this like, it's not like I don't think it's like a Picardy third, I guess, but not like on the, no, it's not that. It's like, it's the thing where you're doing the like the flat 6 and the flat 7, right? So like in this chord, this is the terrible sound, but in this key, I go to here and then this G chord and then do this A chord and then sus here. But it's not a true Picardy third because I can't, because I don't go to the major. I go straight back to minor, like with Dorian, basically at the end. Is that at 15 kilohertz? Couldn't read it. It is. No, it's at like roughly. It's like right below 10K. It's like at 10K, 10 kilohertz. Sort of like 6 to 11, 6 to 12 or something like that. Yeah, 15 kilohertz is pretty high. You don't want that part like super high, but I just have like a little hump at like around 9 kilohertz, basically. But yeah, and then we hit this like really long chord, we like hold it out, and then we take it away with this big dragon flap sound, so it comes back. So it comes in really, really quick, and then it comes out really, really quick. So like the dramatic differences are still there. It's like really crazy like that. All right, and then we have the part where we're sort of settling down. It's, again, not a resolution. We don't want this to feel resolved really at the end, but it's got to end. So we just sort of like do a slow walk back down to the home chord we were at before. So it's going from, these are pretty open chords here. It's pretty without much low end. So it's like sort of like we're doing like a B minor into a D, and then into a F sharp minor, and then back to our home chord. And that's sort of how it ends. And a lot of stuff is extended by this like long pad sound sort of evolving through, and then we have this like smooth synth sort of holding it out. Yeah, and so here we do a little bit more of that ring mod stuff on the pad, just to bring in a little flavor before we hit this big chord here. And so when we're hitting this big chord, I'm bringing in the second, we have both the alarm percussion and the sort of tick-tock SNES tapping percussion. Just to give that a little bit more spice as we leave. And there's this like pitch down moment when we're coming out of the chord. And then it all ends, basically. Was goodbye to you the mystery inspiration you implied? No, I'm not inspired by Porter Robinson anyway. You're talking about Porter Robinson, right? I'm pretty sure that's what that is. Yeah. I make this joke. I make this joke about when people mention Porter Robinson. I reply, "Who is Porter Robinson?" Because I like. Part of me like refuses to acknowledge Porter Robinson as like a significant thing, right? Given that like I'm not inspired, I didn't like grow up listening to their thing, like get inspired by that or anything, and like so many people around me are, so it's like it became like an in joke where I'm like I'm not in that like. Like Porter Robinson didn't invent emotional electronic music, I swear. So yeah, there's that's the project. There's like a lot of, it's like all written up here, but then there's a lot of stuff here with this like adding sort of textures and flavors over it. So that's like that's the style, honestly. Okay, cool. Wow, we got through that. That's crazy. We're on the last one. That's sick. Let's go ahead and move to the final song so we can put an end to this. So we have In Dreams, which is, I called it In Dreams because obviously Dreams in the name of the album and it rhymes with Inseams. So it's like we have the first thing, we have the last thing. And so the idea of this song is it's like a closing lullaby. Like it's a simple a soft tune to sort of end the whole thing on. Not something to answer any questions, but just something to put us to an end and signal some form of acceptance, right? Whatever that may be. And curiously, this song was like the first idea I ever conceived for this album. It wasn't like for this album, obviously, but it was the first idea that I like wrote down, and I was like, look at this, people that I trust. And then as the album was being written, like I realized like, oh, this song, that would make a perfect just like bookend to the whole thing. So it's nice. And yeah, so let's go ahead and get into it. So right away, the very first thing we have is all of these, like, these are renders from a bunch of different songs. Like, I have little code names for them. Like, Torn is the Blackwing Gales, the Tornado song. Venge is the Vengeful Heights, and, like, etc. And I have Alta here. So we just have a huge chord stack of, like, a bunch of different layers from these things. We got this, we've got the computer noise. This is like very loud computer noise. I've like boosted it a ton. And we have this, and we have this, we have this, just lots of little pieces from different parts of the album. Yeah, and the reason I started with this chord is because I wanted something big to like follow World's End, because World's End is this big thing, and I want the I was like, okay, it makes coherent album sense to have like the start of In Dreams be this like big thing, to follow that big thing, and then fade into the thing that I actually want to say with the song. So we have this sort of intro bit, and it sort of fades out pretty quickly, and I move to this sound where I'm like, this is a sound where I'm like turning a page, right? It's like, imagine I'm sitting at a piano, and I've got sheet music in front of me, and I'm like, I don't know, I flip the thing over, basically. So we're sort of turning over a new leaf in this sort of album, and then we move to the song. Okay, so this is the motif. Basically, we have this B chord here, and it moves to this E chord, E flat chord. Does it twice. We have a G minor chord. We have this, I think it's this minor, E flat minor. No, wait, we have, sorry, wait. We have F minor, E flat, E flat, and then D minor, then C minor. And then on the reprise of that, there's a few different chords in there, but that's sort of like the main sort of idea. It's just like alternation here, here, and then we include this sort of the G harmony in there, moving downward. So here we have this guitar. Thank you, Myelophone, for rendering this guitar. It's very good. I, of course, layer out my own thing. This sound here is a layer between these two sounds. So it's like this guitar and also this pluck, which is this synth patch from before. We have an upright bass here, and we have this Celesta. It's back. There's so much Celesta in this album. So I'll show the MIDI for this. So there's a lot of like flavor in all of those stuff. There's a lot of flavoring and all that stuff, but that's like the main motif of this sort of thing. Okay. So now we're moving to this part, and the idea is the main motif is actually this part with like the extension on it, this path here. But I play here in order to sort of wrap up to that. I play the first half, and then we do an interstitial. That's the sort of structure of it. So we have some strings that are coming in here. These are layered onto actual strings. Actually, these are layered onto actual strings. We have them here. I don't know why they're muted. That's weird. Oh, it's because I see. These were all attempts to do the strings correctly, and they all weren't it. But this is the one. So I have these strings here. And other layers, like we've got these bongos for the drums. We have, that's a lead sound. We've got this sound there, playing high up. I see we have this. We have a pluck sound in there. Where is it? Is it this? Yeah, here it is. The pluck sound in there as well. So all that sort of combines to make that soundscape good, and then we have like a little bit of run up here before we hit like the big strings there on that chord. So then this section here is a repeat composition of this part, right? But I've added a counter melody to it. So we've got this sound here that has a counter melody. Some notes here. This part is really nice because it hits the high note on like the off beat. So it's like. So it like has that extra flavor to it where like it doesn't hit the high note on the beat exactly. Yeah, so we're hitting all those tones, the strings and guitar as usual, and then we have this part where we're widening the chords even more than the first time in the repetition. We have this extra synth here, I think, for some extra high flavor to that. And here on this part of the melody, this was like my favorite part of the melody when I wrote it, like this part that goes. That part there, where you're I'm hitting that G chord, and I have like that motion that goes up and then it goes back down, and I wanted to like really accentuate. That part here, so I've decided I took that counter melody part and just like made it play the same thing, because I want to like focus on that bit there. Thought it was really good motion. And then for the rest of these chords, there's a little bit more of venturing going on. Like we've got this E flat chord followed by an E flat minor, and then D minor up to G minor, and then we go up, and then we go up again, and we go up. And we end there. So. And on that C chord, I'm emphasizing the C chord by taking the strings and going really high, and then caking it with reverb. So it's like we've got this strings here. So a ton of reverb at the end of there, just to sell that C chord. Because the next section goes somewhere completely else. So we're going from the C chord to this E flat chord. So it's like here. And then up to this D7. And we're ending on the C minor chord here with this like big long sustained part. In order to make this section sound a bit more closed than the first part, we've got that like minor flavor. We got that like minor flavor with the diminished the 7 chord here. Like this chord gives it a little bit of a minor flavor to the whole texture, but then also we have this like. I think it's this. No, this. So we have this low bass sort of plucking along, and we should have somewhere here this like, a bunch of chords. Yeah, this. Sort of bring it in. And so once we hit the C chord, I'm like holding it for a really long time and bringing up the reverb to sort of cake the C chord away, basically. So you have this whole section here, right? We have the C chord fading away. And what I could have done is I could have just let the C chord fade out all the way and then not write this part. But like I felt like before this part here, it sort of needed something. Like it needed a little statement like while everything was like sort of reverb-y, so it doesn't feel like it's just like I did that whole fade for no reason. So I added this statement that like centers on this F minor chord over the whole thing. So it's like, oh shoot, I'm gonna have to play it without the reverb on. So it's like that basically. And over the course of it slows down. Yeah. Also, this whole section has a second guitar in it. It's right here. There's a second guitar. So that's cool. Like having a second guitar. And this section here, we're adding this melody piece. It should be one of these. Is it down here? Yeah, there it is. Okay. So we're adding this bit. So this is a cool lead. It's basically a shape like this, but it has distortion on it. And the distortion is controlled by velocity. So the harder you press the note, the more distorted it gets. So it sounds like a guitar on an amp, kind of. And so I sort of use that as this thing is slowing down to sort of take us into the next section, where it sort of stars as like the main lead here. You can see. Like that. And so this section here going toward the end is just a big, long, extended, like free time section, just sort of playing through some chords, getting it out of the system, right? With some like decoration on top, like the normal stuff. So it's like the progression is pretty simple. Like you've just got like centered here, right? And then you just go through like this chord here, and then you have this, and then here, right? So then you do this, descend here, there. Yeah. So it's basically like that. I like sped through that, I'm sorry. There's just a lot of chords that are like sort of in the key, and then like some that are like sticking out slightly, basically. It's a lot of that sort of stuff. I'm doing a lot of tempo automation here, just like I'm course correcting. The reason I'm doing this tempo automation here instead of like playing it into the thing is because I played it at first and then I was like, oh, some stuff just needs to be slower. So, you know, just tempo automate it. Just to give the chords more space to have the interstitials. So this part here we have this car honk ambient hit, which is a sound that I have. It's pitched up 14, and it comes in slowly. And all that's being hit over by some chords here, some decoration basically. Like this, like a lead here, and we have a bass layer, and some extra chords here and stuff, right? We have that. And going out, we have some more decoration on this Celesta, and we have that sick. We have the sick run. And then we have this bit. And so that sort of ends the section. That sort of ends that freeform section and stuff. So just like lots of. It's just me playing some chords on a thing, but then like going back in and decorating it with a bunch of little pieces. And you don't need much decoration or to sell like a really good sort of freeform playing like that. It doesn't take much. Okay, and then we have the tail end, which is just very staccato, very short, very sweet. So I can just show you the MIDI here. And it ends with this big long pause and then a very short chord at the end. So that's like the sort of bookend to the whole thing. Okay. Heck yeah, that's the whole album from front to back. We jumped around in the middle because we did polls for like all the different songs. But yeah, we're there. Okay, I wrote down a couple overarching thoughts like at the end of this thing. So one thing I would say is that like a lot of this music writing was guided by like having each section have like a vision, right? So you want when you're writing music, you want to tell something with that music. You want each section to sort of have its idea, like have some core thing that makes that section distinct from the sections around it. And you want to sell that idea as much as possible with every single element that's in it. Like every single decoration should be like accenting something that makes that section special, basically. It's a tough skill to get. And there's a lot of music out there that like doesn't do that, and it's like still good or whatever. But like the storyful stuff that I really like usually when I'm writing my music, I usually like to have that in there. And I find that when I do that, it like sells the music so much more, which is really cool. Okay. And another thing is like if you're writing a bunch of different ideas, like you don't have to worry if they don't seem to like connect together at first. Like I have a lot of ideas in this album, lots of like different separate things, and you can spin something that like sort of ties them all together if you think through it properly. Like if you're like a lot of people will approach music by trying to make things cohesive, and it's like not necessarily like the only way to go. Like you can sort of experiment and do whatever, and then connect things afterward. That sort of also works. So there's that angle to come at also. Another thing is that like from a compositional perspective, like understanding inversions is like kind of crazy. It took me like a very long time to understand how to use inversions in music. Like if you have like a lot of like electronic music and stuff likes to put the bass note down like really hard, like here's the bass for the chord, that's like the root of the chord or whatever. But like if you can figure out how to get inversions in, it's makes your harmony a lot more interesting. And it's not as hard as it sounds, because like to invert a chord, like you just need to like take this like 5 and like change it, so it's like maybe like a 6 like that, and like that's inverted. So like the note down here isn't the same, but you've got something interesting up here, and like that was sort of like a harmony cheat code. Like when I figured that out, I was like, oh, that's that like makes things that like greatly expands the kinds of things that you can write when you don't have to have the bass note be the bass note and stuff. So that's really cool. Okay, and the final composition tip I have listed here is to be thankful to the people around you. There's lots and lots of people making cool stuff that's like inspiring and helpful and amazing. Like Tailspun for me, and Billy Moto for me, and Myelophone for me, and Echover for me, and etc. etc. Like this list goes on. And like I wouldn't be anywhere here if I didn't have like community of like people who like I really care about, and vice versa and stuff. So just like having that is a really cool thing, and being able to like express how cool everybody else around you is, and give them that kind of love, that goes a long way. Okay. Cool. That's everything I had. That's everything that the album stood for, really. So yeah, I hope this deep dive serves y'all well. It's there's a lot in here. It's understandable. This is like over 5 hours. Yeah, thanks you all for showing up, everyone who did, including the people who had to leave early because it is quite late. Yeah. Okay, I mean, I don't really have an amazing outro, but obviously I don't want to be here forever. It's past my bedtime too, so I'm going to stop streaming. If you have more questions, actually I should say this, if you have more questions or you want to see more stuff's coming out, I have a Discord and I have a Blue Sky and stuff. You can go there, and then I will like be around and stuff. I'm still writing stuff, even though I didn't really get anything done this year. It's okay. We'll see what happens going forward. Hell yeah. I hope this won't be the last. So, yeah. One question, is your throat okay? We'll see tomorrow. I don't know. I've spoken for quite a long time, and it's okay. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna end stream. Thank you all so much. Goodbye.